The second I do it too, like here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Everybody
For
just
the love
starts.
of them chicharrones.
Ah. Oh, I had too much Mongolian barbecue. Ooh, okay.
He's about to shit himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get through this introduction without burping like half it, All right, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, yeah?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. That's funny. Anyways,
I know, right? What a bitch.
This is what I'm trying to live for. All right.
I'm about this life and you're mocking me.
All right. All right. Well, welcome everybody to another.
Sit in your little fucking tower.
Shut your mouth. Anyway,
so mean.
Welcome everybody to another episode of Adventures in Loxos. I'm Lord Pog, and that's them old school gamers right here. Say hello, everybody. Or don't. I mean, whatever. It's amazing. It's amazing. You don't talk when prompted, anyway.
Exactly. We don't like authority around her.
I've seen chihuahuas with more. Okay, anyway.
I sucked them toes. What?
So, yeah. We'll start by introducing each one of them. Starting with AGTX, the Dragons. And he will be playing the legend himself.
The man, the myth, the legend.
The man, the myth, the... So, he will be playing the Human Slayer / Dragon Shaman. Shaman! Anything to say for yourself, AGT? No? Good.
I think my brain just died a little when you did that. I'm sorry.
Anything to say? I know.
That's the reset button on my brain.
I didn't call you dragons or anything. I knew exactly what I was doing when I did it too. I was like, I'm gonna call him AGT and see what he does.
Stab you in the fucking neck is what I'll do. That's what I gotta say for my fucking self.
It's all free real estate, buddy. It's all free real estate. Moving along now, we have Cassid69. And she will be... It never fails. It never fails. And she will be playing Agaragis, the Myconid Pion Mender. Who, if you don't know what a Myconid is, think lizard folk. For some of you more knowledgeable people out there in the audience, think a lizard folk, only a Myconid is more of a halfling-sized mushroom folk. And Agaragis is just your all-around utility player. Then, underneath Cassid, we have Icy Hot _2305. And he will be playing the half-drow Deep Druid, Zoltan Heisenberg. And a Deep Druid is our own take on a druid who, instead of, getting their nature powers from a forest or the plains or something like that, he gets it from underground because he's lived in caves and mountains and stuff like that all his life. But he's still in touch. He's just not in touch with the topside nature. He's in touch with the cockles. The cockles of nature. The deep places. Nice. Then we have Ness, who you also might know as Android, and he will be playing Android Farisen, Lord Android Farisen, the half wood elf. Excuse me, here comes that Mongolian barbecue right here. He will be playing the half wood elf, Bard / Paladin, Saint of Corlon Larethian. And our Paladin isn't like your typical paladin. We're not treating him like a regular player class. We play 3.5, and in 3.5 there is a book called the Unearthed Arcana that treats a paladin like a prestige class. So he basically gets all killer, no filler. And if you don't know what a prestige class is, it's like it's like having a PhD, basically. It's like having a PhD. And and I'm Lord Pog, your humble DM. May my labors please you. I straight up stole that. that's not my that's not an original. Yeah, I straight up
We know.
Yeah, I stole that from Jerry
Yeah,
Holcomb.
dirty thief.
Yeah. I straight up stole that from Jerry Holcomb's from Penny Arcade, but man, he's so funny. But yes, may our labors please you, and let's get started with that intro.
Wow. Boy, what a great intro.
Whoa! Through
Every time.
Through the magic of editing, we are right back.
Through the magic of, oh my god.
Yeah. So, as a quick recap, you guys are on the continent of Pengshun in the land of the Dragoon right now. And the Dragoon Shogunate, or the Dragoon Below, as they're also known as. The
Oh no?
Yeah. You guys have entered you're here for the festival, the Jingzhu, which is a festival that's held every 30 years where it's basically a ceasefire for everyone. All the shogunates, all the tribes, all the mercenary groups, everybody comes together for this peaceful ceremony that's held in the lands of the Dragoon. While here, you Quill, you've discovered that you're kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you've been entered into the tournament that is held at this festival called the Honored Jingzhu, and you are one of the Honored Chosen. While competing in this festival, the first night of the Jingzhu, you were ambushed and had what is known as a jade worm inserted into you, which is trying to eat your mind, but in order to do that, it's got to break down some barriers, like your mind's natural self-defenses, if as it were. You are currently stuck in your own head, being assisted by Zanye, who has mind melded with you, and you're pretty much going through like a collage of your memories, going through some of those deeper traumas, trying to figure out where the jade worm is actually hiding. Because unless you find his exact location, anytime you're attacked by him, it's like a no-win situation. It's just kind of like a projection of himself, something capable of killing you. And in essence, if he kills you right now as you are inside your own mind, it will completely drop your defenses. So you have to be aware of that as you travel through your memories. On this last memory, you remember the last conversation you had with your mother, Agnes. And I don't want to say it was a heartfelt conversation, but it wasn't like it was an ugly conversation either. It's actually one of your nicer memories, I guess you could say. And it's not too unrecent, but technically it would have occurred like 5 years ago. And during this time, this brought out emotion out of Zanye. She became visibly upset with you. She didn't really say why. The only indicator you had was the fact that she mentioned something about you have an actual home, a place of warmth, and you're out here on this fool's errand. And then she stormed out of your memory. The problem is, the second she stormed out of your memory, you heard her call for you in somewhat of a panic, and the door slammed. Oof. And so now she's kind of lost in your head too, leaving you standing there. The rest,
Hell yeah.
yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of the party is on an investigation because the high shaman of the Dragoon, Mazaru, she is basically, her life is being threatened. The party has become aware of an assassination plot on her. She's like a high figure amongst her people. You know, it's kind of like a three-ring circus. You have the ancients, the actual dragoon, who are supposedly actual dragons. Somewhere. They're somewhere. How you hide massive dragons, nobody really knows. But they're supposedly somewhere, and they are the... the buck stops with them, as it were. They are the ultimate authority. But they do have two emissaries that carry out their will. They have the Shogun, Karashin, and the High Shaman, Mazaru. And they kind of work in tandem with each other. Neither is necessarily greater than the other, per se. Karashin handles the military might of their people, while Mazaru handles the spiritual side of the people. Through this investigation, the party suspects that Kara Shin, who's not a very nice person, mind you, suspect that maybe he's behind the assassination plot somehow. And Android and Zoltan have brought it to Mazaru's attention that this could be. They're also being assisted by Lao Di, he's pretty much a country boy. He's a dragoon, but a dragoon, for the audience at home, is our version of a dragonborn, or a type of dragonborn variant. Lao Di, he's kind of a country boy, but he's also a detective, and he's been assisting you guys in this investigation. It's a touchy thing now that Mazaru knows, because she can't openly accuse Kara Shin because of her position within society and his position within society. But she has given you her blessing that to pursue this investigation. Pursue all avenues of it if need be. Meanwhile, Agaragus followed Kara Shin and discovered that Kara Shin is talking to a mysterious figure that you guys have seen at least another time, who you think might be responsible for the projections, the ethereal projections that Zoltan discovered in episodes past. It seems like Kara Shin wants Mazaru dead. It also seems that he wants you guys dead because you insulted him at the banquet feast. So, you guys figure all this out, and then Zoltan, at the end of the last session, went and met with the crone, which, with a name like the crone, you'd think she would have been a haggard old woman, but she was anything but. She's this mysterious, beautiful woman who seems to have more power. Yeah, she seems to have more power than she lets on. And she assisted Zoltan in giving him information about the Shujinja and the Wujin. Magic users that are considered taboo in the Dragoon lands and pretty much all of the continent of Bangshu, because they used to serve dark gods. And before leaving, she also gave Zoltan a crystal that will allow him to detect auras. She claims that if Zoltan actually finds a Wujin, that or a Shugenja for that matter, their aura will be different, and he'll know if he comes across one, because they're not just open about their business. They're not just openly like, aha, I'm a Woojin or I'm a Shujinja. So she gave him that crystal.
I do this stuff.
Yeah, I do it. I'm the one responsible. This mystery has had a lot of twists and turns, some red herrings, and things of that nature. And we pretty much finished the first day of the Jingzhou last session. Technically, you, Quill, you're full swing into the second day. The other party will be picking up the second day right about now. You, Quill, we pretty much know what you're doing right now. But before we get to you, before we get to you, we're going to, I'm going to open up the table for the other three, Zoltan, Android, and Agaragis, to see it. Let's talk about your morning routines a little bit. Let's, feel free, one of you, to jump in and just tell me about like what you do when you first get up in the morning. Like how are you going to prepare for this day, knowing what you've got to do, because you are about to go out to the farm today. That's the order of business as it stands right now, if I'm not mistaken. One of the clues led you to believe that whoever is doing this may like to drink, or they had a form of pure alcohol on them, the fire wine, but like 100 proof. And the only farm producing fire wine right now is Longzi Nongchang Farm. So
Run that back.
yeah, Longzi Nongchang Farm. Anyways, regardless, that was the first order of business today. Laudi had mentioned, and you guys, or at least Android, had agreed. I believe Zoltan and Agaragis were kind of doing their own thing at this moment, but you guys were going to visit that farm today. So knowing what you've got to do today, now that you all are aware of it, let's talk about your morning routines. Let's start with well, let's just take it from the top in the order I can see it on the Discord. Kassid, how does Agaragis get ready?
I knew. I felt like that kid that like doesn't raise their hand but gets picked anyway.
Yeah. How does Agaragis get how does Agaragis get like ready in the morning, like when they first, because you don't really sleep, you just kind of go into like a torpor, kind of like a plant like status, you know what I mean? Like you that's what we call it, rooting. You know, you just kind of root yourself and become more mushroom than mushroom, more human than human, you know? So, you know, when Agaragis first gets up this morning, knowing what they, you know, does Agaragis even remember what today's itinerary entails? I mean, like,
I was gonna say probably not, because I feel like they're just like, okay, night, y'all, and that's what they decided to do. Was just go chill. I guess a routine would wake up and like maybe meditate. You know, they kind of felt like they did something wrong the other day. They could tell that there's a negative energy in the room while they were just eating, you know, just snacking away, and when we were all being disrespectful. But he's just trying to think of what, you know, what he could have possibly done better.
Is Agaragis
Like,
aware of what they actually did? I mean, like, do they know? I guess what I'm asking is, do they even know that they were being disrespectful? And if they do they know who they disrespected and what that all entails? Or
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say they kind of understand that maybe the guy was saying don't eat the food because he kind of motioned at the mouth, but he's like, I don't know. Like maybe that was it. Maybe it wasn't even me. Maybe it was the other people in my party that were being disrespectful. Like,
Huh. So
not like he's shifting blame, but
So Agaragis is just thinking to themselves that somehow they're guilty by association.
yeah. They know that they did mainly that, but they're like, well, I could have done something wrong, you know. Then they're trying to like rethink their steps, but they're like, I didn't do anything. I just ate some food.
That's hilarious. Eating the food was like the one thing they weren't supposed to do, and they're just like, well, I mean, I don't know what they did. Yeah. I don't know why they upset everybody, but I mean, I was just eating. The one thing.
I don't,
That's funny.
that's it.
Do they think about their other task at all? Do they put any thought into that task that, you know, the reason why they're even traveling right now?
They do. Still trying to find a good opening, a good time, possibly.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's Agaragus's morning routine. Icy hot. Zoltan. What is Zoltan's routine? Now, remember, Zoltan now is now he has his what would you call it? His girlfriend now staying with him, Chew Me. And so obviously Zoltan doesn't wake up alone, but what is Zoltan's morning routine knowing that today he's going to be making a fairly long journey out to this farm to investigate with Android and Laudi and Agaragis?
Say that I'm waking up, you know, telling Chumi what I'm doing, and then proceed to meditate.
Meditate as well. What is
And then, yeah.
well, what is Zoltan meditating?
Wait, how does Zoltan prepare spells? It's the thing that lets me prepare my spells.
It's kind of like a prayer, but you're not really praying to a god. It's more like you're focusing your energy so that you may be able to call upon that piece of nature which you are in tune with the most. You know?
Oh, okay. Well, Zoltan does that. Zoltan had his things back.
Oh, that's all right. So he's his meditative stance, or his meditative what he's doing while he's meditating is focusing on calling upon the powers that nature provides him, so that he may, you know, what
Another.
because nature to a druid is kind of like a being all in of itself. Does Zoltan actually ever like recite like any kind of prayer or anything to it? Or does he just kind of like, or does he empty his mind? Like, how does Zoltan attune himself to that which he, in essence, worships?
I'm gonna say he clears his minds and speaks of his troubles, and then proceeds to ask for strength from them.
What are Zoltan's troubles right now?
Well, first off, he has to protect his boo thing. He's afraid that during his journey that there is a possibility that he will not be able to protect her. And then he's also thinking of what happened before he came back to the group, when he met the god that just shadowed him to the with the rest of the group.
Oh, Erythnal.
Yeah.
That's right, because he made a promise to the Yonder folk that
Yep. He's still trying to think how he's gonna make that work.
yeah, because sooner or later they will expect him to return and free them from Erythnal's. Yeah, that is correct. I'm glad you didn't forget that.
That is
That's been sitting on his mind heavily.
Yeah. And that would be quite an undertaking if you had to take somebody like Chu-Mi with you for any reason. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you've been to Yonder Mountain. You've seen their Yonder world. You know that is that is alien to what you're used to, even. You know? And you come from places like that. Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame there. So, Android. How does Android prepare for this morning? You know, knowing that you're about to go out to Non-Chang Farm and investigate with Lao D.
Well, I like to think that Android spends most of the night in a sort of like meditation, you know what I mean, and then spends a few hours sleeping. And in that case, I don't think he necessarily like I can't imagine that Android by this point in time likes to like dress down to go to sleep anymore, you know what I mean? He like stays fully dressed and fully equipped. It's just like he might have been sitting in the middle of his bed meditating, and when he finished he just kind of stretched out and laid down, and now that he's awake he kind of like sits back up and crosses his legs for a minute, you know, and takes a look around and takes a minute to enjoy the silence while he can, you know, and like gather himself, because he's like, this is gonna be a long day. You know what I mean? So he's like, I'm gonna try and take a minute to appreciate the quiet and this moment alone with myself before I have to face all of this. And when he decides that it's time, he just kind of lets his legs drape over the side of the bed and pushes himself off and heads out the door, you know what I mean? He doesn't tarry any longer. He just goes on about his business.
So, each of you, as you leave your rooms and whatnot, Zoltan, speaking of which, you left Chu-Mi behind, correct? She's not coming with you?
No, I told her to stay safe and not to cause any more trouble.
Okay, so she just nods and she, you know, like understood. Begins just kind of looking around and whatnot. Finds a paperback book, which looks like a magazine, but it's just a paperback book type thing, you know. Picks it up and it's full of like different artwork and stuff, which is real popular amongst the peoples. Just different little booklets full of like stories or art drawn by, you know, artists of the area, and begins reading. And she just smiles at you and tells you to hurry back as you exit. So each of you, as you come out of your rooms, you meet each other in the hallway, and you see Lao D is there awaiting you, and he's actually got another dragoon with him, a couple more, in fact, with him, and these are winged dragoons, and winged, I guess, dragoons. And he tells you all that he's got a rickshaw waiting when you guys are ready to fly you to Nanchang Farm. Before going, he asks if any of you want to grab anything to eat, and he urges you that maybe you should at least go and get something to eat before taking off, simply because, you know, it won't do to try and do today's activities on an empty stomach. He's, his exact words are, I would highly suggest eating something before we leave, because it's going to be a long day. The last thing you want is to do this on an empty stomach. If we find who's behind this plot and have to apprehend them, then you'll need your strength.
Well, may just as well.
When you Android, when you agree to that, he bows in your direction, and then he looks to Zoltan and Agaragis as well, and looks at them questioningly, like, you gonna accompany us, or like that's like how he's looking at you. He doesn't actually say it like that. He's just looking to see, you know, get confirmation if you agree with this or not.
Follow.
He bows, and he looks at you, Agaragis, and just kind of thinks, "Oh, it'll follow." he just kind of shrugs, like, they'll come, and he guides you guys to a spot actually within the Forgotten Palace, where people who are visiting there come to eat often. It's not like the banquet hall that you all ate in. It's set up more like a restaurant. It's actually outside on a balcony that has an awning, an overhang to it, and he sits down with you all and just orders for you, because he knows that odds are you don't really know what to get. Anyways, he even apologizes. Like, he even apologizes. He even apologizes and says, I'm not trying to be rude. I just figure you're not necessarily familiar with our cuisine, so I just figured I'll get us all something, and then we can eat and go.
Watch your lid.
Okay.
Because I spilled your drink on it.
Okay.
I can't say no.
So after eating, he takes you all to the rickshaw, and you guys begin to fly to Nanchang Farm. The rickshaw is big enough to hold all of you, but because of its size, it takes two of the dragoon to actually grab it on either side with the posts and fly up and guide it. Only they have like little harnesses specifically built onto the handles of the rickshaw, so they can hook it to themselves, so they don't have to actually like fly awkwardly holding it. They can have their hands free and, you know, guide themselves better with their wings as they fly and begin to take you through the air. And on the Roll20, it can show you exactly to the location to where you are headed. Exactly. Your little icon here will show you this right here is Nanchang Farm. And but it is going to be about a 30-minute flight. that distance, you guys would be traveling for at least a few days. But because you are flying, it'll be about a 30-minute trip over there. That catches you up with the first day. Well, with the second day. While all this is happening, you, Quill, you are still within the grips of this mind-bending parasite known as the Jade Worm. So, as stated in the recap, the last thing that happened was Zanye storming out of your memory just in time for you to hear her call your name, and the door slammed shut, leaving you standing there in this memory. And the way your memories work is they're kind of like static images, right? You experience what is important of the memory, right? But as soon as you're done experiencing the importance of that memory, it just becomes like a static picture. Like, it's not like everything freezes or anything. It's just kind of like everybody's just standing there now. But, you know, if there was, like, say, a boiling pot on a stove, the steam would still be coming out of the pot, for instance, you know? The image of your mother and you standing there, even though they're not talking, now they're just kind of standing there idle. But their bodies, like, slowly sway like NPCs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it.
But everything is just done. So now you're just kind of standing there with inside this, like, picture, basically, you know? Like I said, you only really remember the important parts of the memory. For all you know, you could have passed gas at this time, and you wouldn't remember that. So that won't ever happen in this memory, right? So,
Yeah.
Keep that in mind when dealing with your memories. That you will only really experience the important parts of it. To decipher any finer details, for instance, you'll have to work to remember things that may have gotten lost over time so they can manifest. But yeah, so here you are standing here. Zanye just stormed out, the door shut. Yeah, what's up? Where do we go from here? You?
He just doesn't have a cigarette. No, I'm just fine. Yeah, he's like, the fuck was that about? And then just kind of like, shit. Okay, so guess I need to follow her. So he tries to figure out where the fuck she went. Tries to go out the door.
As you go out the door, you are greeted by another member, right? And because you are trying to follow her, last time you went, why you plopped down into this previous memory is because you had control of that, right? Because you were, you know, now you're trying to follow her. So the memory that you actually encounter right now is kind of like a I don't want to say a free-for-all, but it's not something that was in your control, right? Because you're just trying to follow her, not really trying to focus on what memory to go through, if that makes any sense. So that takes you to another stormy night in Vorkamina, in the continent of Vorkamina. But you are not in your homeland of Andes Dulai right now. You are you're like a few days journey outside of your homeland, right? The country of Andes Dulai, as you know, right, because we've talked about this before, is like one giant city. Imagine a country that is just one giant, like, city. Every space is taken up. There is no farmland or wide open spaces or anything of that nature. Like, the damn fear who run Andes Dulai have turned it into a giant city that is run by the triad. So, you know, the three, the heads of the house, as they're known. You know, House Cain Reaver, House Lilith Brood, and House Vladimir Rasputin. You know, they are and for all intents and purposes, the country is called Andes Dulai, but the city itself in which he lived was known as Tribus. It's in, you know, the triad. You, in this memory, you remember you. This is sort of familiar. We've talked about this before as well. You traveled with your father on one of his campaigns. From time to time, your father would go out on these like little missions for him and the rest of the army, as it were, would go out for on these little excursions, sort of like recon missions, but they're not really recon. You know, it's just more like, what can we take? And that took you into the borders of the Bukharai, the country of Bukharai. And we've all been here before. This is a moment in Uquil's life that every man experiences at least once in his life. You know, the first time, and perhaps the last time ever that Uquil ever experienced heartbreak. Right? So you are on the outskirts of this country, on the outskirts of the country of Bukharai, and you met a tieflinger from basically the nation of, what is the nation called? Heritage. And you met this tiefling girl, and you and her actually had a relationship, albeit briefly, because you were going to have to return sooner or later, right? And let me paint this picture for you. You guys are standing there in the rain, because it seems to always rain on the continent of Poker, you know, right? It's never exactly beautiful weather. You know, it's always snowy or foggy or misty or raining or something. It always feels like you guys are just living in perpetual twilight, you know? And while there, in this memory, you're standing there on this. It's more of a drizzle, and it's a cold drizzle. It's before you were a full-fledged warrior yet. You know, you're standing there in leather armor. You know, like the kind of leather armor you would wear if you were training, and a cloak, trying to shield yourself from the rain, from this drizzle. Standing before you is this beautiful tiefling girl by the name of Ayana Yani. And she's got this long, beautiful, like dark hair, like raven black hair that glows purple and blue when the light hits it just right. She's standing there, and you two are having a conversation, and she's got tears welling up in her eyes. Tell me about this conversation, this day that you had to tear yourself away from perhaps what was your first ever real relationship. You know, your first experience with the fairer sex, as they're known.
What you want to know?
Yeah. I'd rather not say. It was private. And I'll have to stay out of my personal
It
affairs.
was a Uquil private matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. It's one of those moments where it's like you weren't far off the mark with what you said about it, like it being his probably the last time he actually like could say he truly cared about somebody, and consequently why he now does it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those moments where it's like, this fucking eats ass. I don't want to do it again.
Yeah.
Not in a good way, kids.
So this is drawing up emotions for Uquill now, the Uquill as it is now, you know, more like again, you would say. It's kind of like,
I don't know. I don't know if it's drawing up emotions or more of it's more like I don't know how to put it.
I guess the question I'm asking is,
I won't say that it's not emotional, but it's not affecting his emotional state. It's more of a, if there was an emotion, it low-key is like he's at that point in his life where he realizes things happen, right? So it's not like a regretful thing. He's smart enough to realize now that it is what it was, and what's done is done. It was what it was, and he's happy that he experienced it. Albeit it was painful, he's still like, fair enough. That was a bad bitch stuff, and just kind of shrugs, like, yeah, well, life goes on.
because I mean, at this time, you both were like pretty young. Like this is like a 16-year-old Uquill and a 16-year-old, what's her name again? Ayana. Yeah, a 16-year-old Ayana. So, the question I got to ask now, though, up until experiencing this, was this like a memory that he had kind of like buried? Because it's not something he likes to think about a whole lot.
I think it was more buried just due to his lifestyle as opposed to like any like, oh, this really, you know what I mean? It was more like it just, again, it was what it was. Like maybe at first he kind of buried it that way, but after a little while it was more of like understanding that his feelings had to take a back burner to accomplish the things that he wanted, if that makes sense.
Right. Because, so in the beginning it was a painful experience for him, but now it's just become like a dull
Yeah, like
ache that he can just ignore because he's been
Yeah.
through so much since. But to be fair, it's not something that he thinks about on a regular basis, right? So
yeah,
would Uquill say that he's right now like in a pretty deep memory? Do you think?
define deep like
Something that, well, for instance, something that he wouldn't think about a whole lot, or at
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
Something he hasn't
Something that
thought
would-
about
yeah.
in years, decades. Even,
Yeah. This probably hasn't crossed his mind in the at least like recent. Like the only other time he might have thought about it recently. Low key each time he adds a member of his harem.
Yeah.
Like it might be subconsciously like in there, you know what I mean? Like this is kind of his, is that the recompense for it? I can't have the one I wanted, so I must have them all.
Right. Yeah.
But that's more of like a subconscious thing.
Right. It's a hole that he's trying to fill now. Because
Yeah.
it was, you could say it was made this day.
Yeah.
Because like one of the
He's,
things
he's doing a bang up job, by the way. He's doing a bang up job, by the way, on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got a couple good ones in here, and I've got two more on the docket.
Do you truly
think that I
believe
forgot.
that though? Do you truly believe that? Like I don't know, but we'll see.
Yes,
we'll see.
yes. We're gonna continue.
We'll
We're gonna
find
continue
out,
this
yeah.
this path.
Uh
I mean, I've got the one, and I got two others that are kind of like kind of there, you know, and then I got two more I'm looking at, like, hey, one of them's probably really down. She's different.
Yeah.
She's definitely different.
Well, one of the see the I guess you could say
Might
the
have just found a new one.
thing that made the hole in the first place was the conversation when she asked you to run away with her. You know? And
Yeah.
like you said, your feelings had to take a back burner for the things you were trying to accomplish, which at the time was just basically serving like your father would serve. You know what I mean? Like, you would say that.
Yeah.
Would that be a fair statement to say at like 16 years old, you were more or less thinking about your duty as a son to your father, knowing that running away would leave him without an heir, you know? Because Hyperion
I don't know
was
if it-
a well-respected man within his
Yeah.
legion.
Well, I don't know if it was like I must carry on as whatever. It was more of just like he had this weird respect for his father. You know what I mean? It wasn't so much to carry on necessarily his legacy. It's just more of like
Living up
are
to
you
his-
happy now? Yeah.
Yeah.
And kind of one of those, you know, not in a bad way, but it's like, you know,
Living up to
Is
his
this-
legend, yeah. Earning his respect.
yeah,
I feel
basically.
you. Yeah, I feel you.
So, and he's just like, you know, hopefully, you know, whenever I can pull this off or whatever. And then she's like, hey, you want to run? He's like, ha, broski, I can't do that.
Yeah. Only like an emotional, like angsty teenage movie instead of like an adult being like, no, child, and then petting her on the head. Like,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you technically
He's-
are on like
he's just
equal
like-
trains of thought here. It's like more like I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't. You know.
Yeah, it's,
Or-
it's like it's like guy, come on, guy, right now, really now, like you
Yeah.
could no, you
She's-
motherfucker.
She's kind of like you can, but you won't. You're like, yeah, both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bitch. Why you gotta put me in the spot like this?
Yeah.
I don't like it.
And in the conversation did turn ugly. Like, you know, tears stream from her face as she screams at you. You know, and basically like questions whether or not you ever loved her. And perhaps that is, like you said, that is probably the only person you ever really loved. You know what I mean? And this is why you're incapable of bonding like that with other women, because this was at the time a painful experience. You know, every guy has gone through this. You know what I mean? Every guy has that one that he meets that circumstance in life just really like rips it apart. You know, sometimes sometimes it's nobody's fault. It's just life. You know, it's a lesson we all learn. You know, men and women. And by the end of this argument, you know, you watch as you distinctly remember her just storming away from you, leaving you standing there in the rain watching her go. You know, never looking back.
Yeah.
She never once turned around to look back at you, you know, ever. She just stormed away into that drizzled night, headed towards back her homeland, her nation, as it were, leaving you there. And for all intents and purposes, all the other memories have been pretty easy to figure out where to go because they've all been in rooms with doors. This memory happened out in the middle of nowhere on a road where, you know, in your secret spot, as it were, you know, no real indication as to where you should go from here. So explain to me how you, Quill, would, you know, through critical thinking. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. Here's a
You
conversation.
put critical thinking and you will, yeah,
Yeah.
in the same sentence. Bro, he gonna do exactly what he would do. It's just be like, well, can't go that way. So he turns around and just goes the other direction, like it's bound to fucking send me fucking somewhere I want to go. Woo! Sarcasm, boys and girls.
You begin to
For those that don't get it, here's your sign.
yeah. So you're not going the direction she went. You're just gonna turn about face and head back the other direction. Kind of.
Yeah. He's just like, well, that's not a way I can go.
Yeah. Leave your image standing there watching her as she walks away, which she gets far enough away and then it feels like she never truly disappears, almost as if she's just stuck in a idle walking animation. You know, just you know, and you're just standing there. So you turn around, you make a 180-degree turn, and you begin to walk the other way, hoping this will take you somewhere. And you do. You smack right into a door. Now, based upon this, knowing that you're probably in the deeper reaches of your mind now, where do you think you Quill would want to go from here? Like, you know, I guess what is his objective now? Is he now trying to still stalk this jade worm through the reaches of his mind, or is he now more concerned with perhaps finding Zanye at this point? And if so, how do you think you would, do either through your memories?
Yeah, he's not even sure where to start with either one of them. So he's just like, fucking, this is not kosher, even a little bit.
Because as you walk, I said, you find just like this lone standing door in the road. And depending on what kind of path you're wanting to go, the door will manifest itself now to how it would look to you, if that makes any sense.
And he wants to go to the day he lost his father. How about that? Since you want to play games.
All right. This is an iron door. And it's not one of those square frame doors either. It is one of those arched doors that's just made out of pure iron. Not even a handle on it. For all intents and purposes, it looks like it would just be a wall, and it is weathered from time.
Okay.
The closer you draw to it, the more you feel its aura. It's got this like static vibration to it, almost as if your mind in of itself is trying to now repel you, as if you're about to remember something that for all intents and purposes is not something you really like to think about.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably one of the deepest reaches of your memory. And as you approach the door, it just as you approach this door, instead of it swinging open or sliding out of the way, it just sort of vanishes on its own, just kind of crumbles away. You might say it rusts and breaks and just crumbles to the ground slowly into like a powder that once it hits the floor, it's completely gone. Until all that's until once you get to it, it's completely gone, leaving nothing but the cutout of the archway of where this door once stood. And it's like somebody has torn a hole in the fabric of reality, leading you to perhaps into another dimension. But really, it's just another reach of your mind as you step through it, knowing full well that there has to be a reason why you're subconsciously now going deeper. You know, what is hidden from you? And as you step through the scene, you find you weren't there the day your father was struck down. You weren't in that battle. You have no memory of that. No vision to call upon. What you have is the day when you were about 18 years old, you know. You were preparing yourself, you know, you were going to join the Slayer Legion of the Damn Fear, you know. You had gone through all the proper training with your father and whatnot, you know. Many, like the scene from 300 with Leonidas just whooping his kid's rear end, being like, "Whoa!" when he freaking grabs him and flips him over his back. He's like, you know, you've gone through plenty of that. You've gone through the weapons training. You've done all of it, and in fact, you were supposed to join your father on this campaign, but he made you wait. He said, "When I get back, then you'll sign up." And you never could quite reconcile the fact that, you know, had he allowed you to join him, maybe you would have been there. You know, I'm not going to assume that Uquill feels any guilt about this. Like, if I had only been there, I could have saved him or anything like that. That's up to you.
Yeah.
To decipher. But what you do remember is standing there that day, chopping wood, and you watch some men, fellow Slayers, approach your house and speak with your mother, who, by the way, doesn't look like the old woman that we've depicted her at, you know. In these days, she was a, you know, long-legged, dark-haired beauty, you know. Extremely gorgeous woman. At, you know, like the Bob Seger song, you know what I mean? With points all her own. You know?
We'll distribute it.
She was a dark-haired beauty with big brown eyes. Anyways, sitting way up high. But yeah, she sits there and speaks. She sits there and speaks with these men, and you watch as she just collapses. And in the memory, you watch as you run to your mother to catch her, you know, and comfort her. And she begins speaking to you. What is the conversation that she had with you when this happened? She, you know, she was a wreck when she spoke with you, you know. Was she in her right mind, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, describe this conversation, like this whole scenario.
What's the term?
I feel like the Joker when you're like, "You want to do this? Fine. Take me to the day my father died." And I'm just like, I'm literally putting the pistol to my head, going, "Now you're talking."
It would be like well, you know, we've all been around people that have lost somebody, like, just, yeah, not really of her right mind, very frantic, for no good reason. You know what I mean? Just the like the shock of it. Um, just really, threw her for a loop. It's one of those, like they will say, everybody knows it can happen. You know what I'm saying? But nobody thinks it's going to.
Yeah.
So when it finally did, she was just like, no, no. She wasn't trying to hear that shit.
As she's doing that, saying this to you, telling you about your father, and just being like, no, no, and she's sobbing wildly. This is probably the most emotional you've ever seen your mother. Knowing what you
Yeah.
know about your mother and her past, and dare I say who she really is, what her final form is, per se. She, this, despite all of that, despite being a denizen of darkness, as it were, or as is commonly believed about her kind, she, you can feel as you're holding her, listening to her say this to you, repeat this. She's sobbing wildly and she's crying so hard that she's like gagging. You know what I mean? Like when you're
Yeah.
trying to talk through tears and your whole tongue sticks out of your mouth and you're just like, "Ugh,"
Like the child has been beaten mercilessly.
Yeah. Yeah.
He only hit you twice, Frank. Why are you being a bitch?
Yeah, fate just beat her mercilessly. You know what I mean? Like, and she's like
Yeah.
clutching at your face, and she's saying wild things like, like she can see your father, and just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's just, and you feel it though. Like, you feel the love that this woman had for your father, despite it all. Would you say that this is, knowing you, Quill, and how he likes to put his emotions on guard? He's very guarded when it comes to his emotions.
Yeah.
Would you say at this moment in time, even for him, this was one of those few times where he allowed himself to break a little bit as well?
Probably to an extent, it's one of those, like, how do you say? Not to sound stereotypical, but like as a man, you don't get that long of that break point. You know what I mean? You're allowed the initial
Sorrow.
moment, the moment of shock and sorrow, but you've got to like pull yourself together. So yeah, I imagine like for the first few moments, he was probably like what the fuck, kind of losing his mind. But like the reality set in, it's like, bro, you gotta get yourself together. She's a wreck. He's gone. Shit still has to, the world will move on. We have to move on. Get yourself together a little bit here and figure it out.
So he
probably had like a 10-20 minute period where he was just like, I wouldn't say inconsolable, but just in his emotions, trying to process.
It's like getting hit flush on the jaw and then eventually shrugging that off because you realize, okay, I'm in a fight. I can't focus. Or following that, what you said, like you said it, that stereotypical male thing, something that is stereotypical of males, but is a fact in life that oftentimes during tragedy, the nearest male oftentimes realizes, I've got to be strong in this moment because somebody has to.
Yeah, it's not because we want to, it's because duty dictates we have to.
Yes. And oddly enough, that takes you without even having to go through a door or anything. You just feel the whole vibe of this memory just kind of shift to that moment where you were alone after this information. You were upstairs in your room, and at this point your room is a somewhat of a different place. You still have, like you had described, the cot, and there's your porthole window. You have a workbench, but you've moved from wood to actual steel. But you don't have like a full-fledged furnace in your room upstairs per se, but you do have like a sharpening stone and things like that, that you use to practice sharpening your weapons and stuff. But you do now hanging up on your wall above your bed in the, your room is shaped like a triangle. It's got that slant pitched ceiling. That is oftentimes common with an attic room, and hanging at the slant of the ceiling that doubles as a wall for this room. Above your bed, you do have that kukri, that wooden sword that you carved so many years ago, but now it's finished. It's been sanded and stained, and it's got all the engravings and the fine carvings and stuff that you have. But you're inside this room now, alone. Your mother has become quite inconsolable, and she drank some spiked tea, as they call it, so she could sleep. But that just left you alone with your thoughts now. And on this day that you learned that your father had been slain in battle, what was Uquil's thoughts this time, now that he was alone and allowed to feel? Like I said, man, the Joker. Now you're talking.
Trying to think of what he'd be considering at that moment, if I'm being honest.
Well, he's a young Uquil. He hasn't quite been jaded by the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of, like how he'd be like actually feeling at this moment. Probably just like reminiscing about the things that he was supposed to do with him, like the becoming, the better version of him, basically, so he could try to have him respect him and whatnot, and still trying to process everything, but at the same time, like, you know what I mean, like also remembering like all the stuff that he had taught him and shit of that nature, just mainly like reminiscing about it and trying not to lose himself in the sorrow as much. He's still, upset about the situation, but again, try not to fall into like the sorrow or despair of the moment, just the having moments where it's like, we were going to do this together, blah blah. He's like, but you always taught me to do blah 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 blah, you know what I mean, that type of shit.
There
Every time he caught himself trying to slip, being in that moment, being like, well, told me stick up my chest and I'd be a bitch.
Yeah.
Type of shit,
Yeah. Is there a, I guess, to flush out his feelings a little bit, Uquil's feelings, is the sorrow somewhat being replaced by rage, knowing that Uquil feels as Uquil now, one of his purposes is the injustice, the injustice of his home country, of the continent as a whole, having been inside.
Yeah, I would say that was like a point where, like, I don't know if at that moment rage would have been, what's the word I'm looking for? It would have been like the kindling to it, later events causing it to be worse. But this is definitely like the moment where he's again, like, he didn't love their situation there. But as a young man, like, you think stupid things, but you know what I mean? Like, you think you can change the world, but there's always that side of you that's like, you get that, as you're growing up, you usually get that dose of reality that reminds you, it's like, bro, you're just another motherfucker in the car. Like, shut up, sit down.
It's the logical song.
Yeah.
The logical
So,
song. The world was big and bright, but then they taught me how to be rational. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was probably the kindling for like the buildup of rage that was to come. He probably had, I could say, he probably had like a lot of anger towards the higher ups, because he knew it was probably like some bullshit any fucking ways that he, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But again, he kind of like, it's one of those that's like, well, what fucking choice did he have? You know what I mean? And that's, like I said, that's kind of like the kindle, like it's never really left him. That's like, he, we've discussed, he never liked the concept that was just the way he never likes that. He's like, oh, it's just the way things are. He hated that. So it was definitely the kindling for like the rage that would come later from it. But yeah, there was probably a lot of anger mixed in with sorrow, like,
It was the beginning of his. Would you say it's like the start for the beginning of his journey to finding a way to change the way things
yes,
are? For calling upon
it was
change.
definitely it opened his mind up to like it shouldn't be this way and something needs to be done. Of course, like, he didn't have the faintest fucking idea, like it, like every other irrational young man, he probably was like, oh, I'll just whatever, but talked himself out of it, because
Mm-hmm.
you realize how stupid you are sometimes when you say shit, But
So-
it was definitely like the opening of the door and being like, this is not kosher even a little bit.
Yeah, this is not okay. This
Yeah.
was anything but okay. And you said earlier he's remembering the things his father taught him. And is it a safe bet to say one of the things that he thought about that his father had taught him was the secret of power? Basically like a mantra that these guys all these men pretty much use. They're all, because nobody knows what the secret of power is, right? So it's like one of those
Yeah.
it's like one of those nebulous beliefs, right? Like, they all think they have the secret of power. They all think they have it nailed down. And your father's was, Valkyr protects me because I am a great warrior. That is power. You know what I mean? Like, I am undefeatable. Your father truly believed he was immortal. We've talked about this in previous sessions and things.
Yeah.
That he truly believed no man's steel, nothing could best him in battle, and that, well, just wasn't the case. So is it a safe bet to say that this thought would run across his head and he'd realize, because one of Uquil's stated purposes is, the gods don't even really care about us that much. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen what uncaring gods can do. I come from a place of uncaring gods. And that's got to change. Like, this was the start of all, well, not necessarily the start, because like you said, he never really liked it, but he's always been able to talk himself out of it. Is it a safe bet to say this is the starting of not being able to talk yourself out of it, like it becoming an itch you cannot scratch?
Yeah, that's why I said it's kind of like the opening of the door, or the floodgates, if you want to say. Like, it definitely was the instead of it being like that little water drop you can deal with, it's like, oh, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's like, oh no, that's more than a drop. That's a steady flow.
The water
So
torture.
it steadily just added up, and it was just like, none of this is cool. You can go fuck yourself. And every time he tried to talk himself out of it, it's just like, but no.
So with that thought and the thinking of this, it builds something up inside of you, you know. It can or can't, depending on where you decide to go now, renew that vigor. One thing I will say, you know, not to take away your agency as a player, but one thing I will say that a thought is occurring now that sure, being one of the inglorious few is cool, but you're kind of idle right now.
Yeah. No, it's crossed his mind once or twice.
And that's reliving all of this, you know, the memories, seeing your childhood, speaking with your mother and her warning you not to let your father's ambition rule you, you know, make your own ambition, you know, make your own purpose. Remembering your childhood sweetheart and your first heartbreak, and kind of reminding you that Tony Stark does in fact have a heart. You know what I mean? That you know what I'm saying? That you have a heart and it is capable of love, you know? And then seeing this and letting it remind you of what puts you on this path, all seems to fade away as you feel a rumbling again, only this time it's way more severe. You know, I mean, it's shaking you. You have to actually steady yourself for a minute. And it reminds you that this jade worm is breaking through. You know, it's not like, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, you know, because it's relentless. And it's beginning to have an effect on your mental state as this memory slowly begins to fade, as if you're having trouble grasping at it, trying to remember it, you know. Go ahead and roll me a will save. Could have been, well, it's not bad. It's not terrible. Something that and I won't say that this was a pass, but this wasn't just a complete failure either, you know? You kind of hit it mid.
Yeah.
Something that does catch your attention though is that in these memories, as I stated before, you remember the more prevalent things, but some things just kind of fall by the wayside. And for whatever reason, this rumbling has jarred something back that you kind of remember, and you don't really know what it pertains to, other than the fact that you seem to recall that your mother began talking with somebody. You could hear her from her room, and she was talking with someone. But you have to strain and fight to remember the voice, because you could hear the voice speaking. But at the time, you were just full of all this, let's say, guile, you know, from the situation, that it just really didn't register to you, you know? And
Yeah.
sort of as a minor memory, it kind of like fades from that to you hearing your mother speaking with someone who you can't really, you're trying to recall the voice, but you can't seem to a minor memory, something that like now you're just kind of like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? You kind of have a flash of going into your mother's room and being like, who are you? Mom, are you okay? Who are you talking with? And she's just like, oh, no one, sweetheart. It'll be okay. And you at the time chalking it up to her being crazy because of the situation. But now something gnaws at you and you can't be so sure. But it doesn't matter because you can't really draw upon this memory for now. As a courtesy, I will allow you to roll a will save later on. See if you can. But if I forget and it gnaws at you long enough, just remind me and I'll let you try it again. Because I will tell you, this is important. As your DM, I'm telling you now, this is important. But it's not something
Fair
you
enough.
have time to focus on. As you're drawn out of this memory because it's fading, because this rumbling, you realize this thing is about, this jade worm is breaking through. But this feeling that you're getting, you find yourself in a void of memory. It's like you've managed to clear your mind. Or it's just that you can't find a way to get to where you need to. But off in the distance, you see a set of golden double doors, all decorated in fine platinum leafing. And it is just radiating this light. It's just off there in the distance. And you can feel it calling to you. For whatever reason, your footsteps seem heavy in your, as you take each step towards this door, it just echoes throughout your dome, as it were. And you get this sinking sensation that you've hit bottom.
Oh, joy.
As you walk through these doors, you come to a memory that you realize has been perhaps locked away. Because when you approach the doors, you realize that they are sealed. Completely sealed. They look like double doors, but there's no seam in between them to enter.
Mhm.
And as you stand there, a faint light begins at the very top of the door frame and shines through, creating a crack that cuts a perfect seam between the two doors.
Shooby dooby dooby.
I mean, it sounds like the celestial voice, you know? As you open the doors and step through, you come to a memory that has been locked from you. You're standing in this temple, this fine temple on top of a mountain somewhere. You know, that you have no recollection of, and yet it all looks familiar. It is all this pure white marble temple, pillars lining each side to hold up the pitched ceiling, and the walls are, have the cutouts, the arched cutouts leading to the outside, a complete open floor plan of this holy place. You realize you're in a holy place. You watch as you see yourself standing there before St. Cuthbert. And it all comes back to you. You remember all of it now. And you know what it is I'm speaking of, right?
Yeah, it's been a while since we discussed it, but yeah, we're gonna need to at some point over the finer details.
Mhm.
But yeah, I know. Yes.
It's all coming back.
Himothy is here. Yes.
Yeah. It has-
Himothy's here. Yes.
Yes.
If that explains how much I remember. Yes. The finer details we need to iron out because it's been a while, but that bit I do recall because I was like, oh, you're a bitch for that. So,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
it all plays itself out like it did originally. You are raised up, you enter the portal, and you do what you do beyond that portal. And you watch as that
Yeah.
memory, and you think this is the end of the memory, only St. Cuthbert looks at you now. Directly at you, as if
Mhm.
he's breaking the memory himself. Because, let's face it, he can. And he says, now is not the time to dawdle. He says, I dwell with you always. You want retribution. I am retribution. Accept my gift. Don't deny me. And let's free you of these bonds. So at Nanchang Farm, right? We're gonna jump over to Android and Zoltan and Agaragis. All right.
I knew it was coming.
That was a good response, though. Wasn't
I've
it?
been here long enough to know.
Yeah. Yes. You had to have known. You had to have known, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good spot. It's a good spot.
I've played this game long enough with you. I understand what you're gonna do.
Yeah. You all arrive at Nanchang Farm. You know, it's still early enough in the day. The sun hasn't hit midday or anything like that. You all woke up fairly early, had a brief breakfast, and it only took you, like I said, about 30 to 45 minutes to get there. And when you arrive, the two dragoon unholster themselves and let the rickshaw down, so you all may exit from the rickshaw. Let me make sure I have everybody's undivided attention. Kassid, you still with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Icy, you still with us?
I'm still here.
I was gonna say he's that one. He's that one. All right. All right. So,
Keep you on your toes.
yeah. So you all exit the rickshaw with Laudi, and Laudi just motions for the three of you to walk before him. You know, he's basically here to aid you, and he makes it known, even in this, you know, you are the leads of this investigation. He's just here for the support, and so he motions for you all as you begin walking down the road. And as you begin walking down this road headed to Nanchang Farm, you are not accosted, but abruptly greeted by a dragoon who comes walking in your direction. He is one of the dark scaled dragoon. He's not a black dragon per se, because he's not dragon born. You know that these dragoon have similar colors, but their colors seem to blend, and he's one of those where his coloring blends from like a dark black to a kind of like a grayish coal scale, and from time to time wisps of green energy escape him as he approaches you three. His wings are somewhat out, but they're not entirely aggressive as he approaches you, and he says, how may I help you?
Good question.
When Android says that, he says, indeed. What brings you to this farm?
Refresh my memory. I forget now. I'm sorry.
This is the place where the fire wine is brewed.
Oh, right.
This is the only place where fire wine can be found, and you guys know somehow liquor is involved because Agaragis found it in that bottle and couldn't remember where they got it from. They just knew they needed to give it to
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. So we're trying to track down where the
You're trying to find the
or
connection.
who could have. Yeah, like we need to take a look at a ledger, but how do we go about asking that?
I don't know. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you want.
I know.
Mm.
I'm thinking about it. Let's see here. Hmm.
And Zoltan and Agargus, you two are allowed to chime in at any time if you have any bright ideas or if you just feel like trolling in some way, making things difficult.
Let me take a look at something real quick. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, because, well, while you're looking at that, just as an explanation of what I mean by that to Zoltan and Agargus, sometimes there's nothing wrong with being out of pocket. You know, just saying whatever comes to your head and adding something to the conversation just for the sake of doing it, even if it's not necessarily the right thing to say. You know,
Equal specialist, we call them.
yeah. Don't pigeonhole yourself into video game thinking where it's like I must always do the right thing. Blah blah blah. You can in D&D.
Also, on that note, though, don't always do the goddamn what I'm gonna now dub as the icy hot either.
It's what my character would do type of thing, you know. I stab him. Why did you do that? It's what my character would do. No, but but you know, as in real life, kind of treat it like real life. You don't always say the right thing. Sometimes you say the wrong thing and realize, ooh, I shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean? Like, don't be afraid to interject every once in a while just because maybe, you know, because you're just like, well, you know what? I think I might have something to add to that. And then you do, and it's like, why did you say that? It's like, I don't know. Was I not supposed to?
Mhm.
So we're trying to,
Yeah, there's nothing
we're
wrong
trying to
with
make a connection.
yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. Like there's nothing wrong with being out of pocket sometimes, you know? It's how you build your character. You know, you sometimes have to fail to grow in this game, if that makes any sense. So don't be
And you
afraid.
said this is where the fire wine and all that's created, right?
Yes, this is the only place that fire wine is produced. They have a market on it.
They have a market on it. So Zoltan knows, right?
Oh yeah, you all three are aware of this. Yes.
Oh,
Well,
all right.
you and Android are aware of this. Agargus was made aware of this, but I'm not going to say Agargus is aware of this.
The character barely is aware that they have a left foot.
What's left in the foot?
Exactly.
What's left in it?
Well, Zoltan, ask about the fire wine and ask why it's only brewed here.
As Android is considering his, you know, how to best convince this dragoon how to look at his ledger, Zoltan says that to him, and you watch as his wings kind of bristle, you know, they kind of flap as if somewhat agitated. And he says, what business is that of yours? And then he looks at the only other dragoon, who is Laudi, and he says, what is this? A field trip for foreigners? You showing them the sights? Is that it? And Laudi, instead of answering, just kind of frowns at him, you know? Not upset or anything. It's one of those frowns and shrugs, you know? He's just kind of like, As in, like, I'm not going to respond to that. I'm just going to stay quiet here because I'm content to be a jerk at this moment, you know? He's just kind of like, you know? And Once
Flicks
the
his nose at him.
yeah, once the dragoon realizes that Lao Di's not going to give him a response, he looks back at you now, Zoltan, and he goes, "What business is it of yours, foreigner? You know, flatfoot.
Just curious.
Just curious. You came out all the way out here because you're curious. You want to see the sights. Should I take you to where our skills are kept as well? Would you like me to do that? And while I'm at it, I can feed you and perhaps wipe your little bottom after you're done relieving yourself."
Agaricus
Yes.
says, "That sounds great."
He now looks at Agaricus as if like this is the first time he's really noticing them. And he's just like, he says, what is that? He goes, foreigners with a pet that talks. And what is this, a magic show? You came to show my master some of your tricks? Is that it? Which one of you is capable of throwing your voice so that this thing may be able to pretend as if it talks?
Says, "I have a name, and I'm not a pet.
Oh,
Not that I know of."
he goes, oh, and apparently one of you has a sense of humor too. Look, we are very busy here at Nanchang Farm. We don't have time for your little field trips for the foreigners. So if you'll kindly leave, I would appreciate that. And then he looks back at Lao Di again and he goes, don't bring perhaps your conquered to our doorstep again. Lao Di goes, now he speaks, he goes, I'm actually in their service. They are, for all intents and purposes, my master. When he says that, you hear the dragoon kind of crack his neck. He's like, this is becoming trifling. I'll tell you what we can do. So you don't go home empty-handed. We'll give you a free bottle of the fire wine. And then please, kindly, skedaddle your asses at it.
Android kind of finally steps forward and he bows to him. You know, he makes sure to bow first. And he says, I apologize. I had to take a moment to consider some things. Please don't think the actions of my compatriots as rude. He says, there's a matter that we are investigating on behalf of some of the shogunate, and we came here to take a look at a lead. I don't suppose we could ask an audience of your master. And he bows again, you know, and he bows low. He says, I apologize for any inconvenience, but if now would not be a great moment, we would be willing to wait. However, it is an urgent matter.
Go ahead and roll me a diplomacy. And while you're doing that, Hasid and Icy Hot, good job. That was well done. That was well done.
Yay!
Not everybody will be as abrasive as this guy. You know what I mean? So don't always worry about talking to people. Thinking to yourself, oh, the DM is just gonna verbally hand us our rear ends. You know what I mean? Not everybody will be as abrasive as this guy. Some people will be, regardless of how you approach them. You know what I mean? You say this and bow, and he looks impressed by the way you bow, because you've been doing this, you've been bowing to everybody and practicing their culture long enough that your bowing is actually becoming pretty good, pretty spot on. You know, when you say aligato like they say aligato. You know what I'm saying? A little Kill Bill reference there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're getting pretty good at it. So he looks he looks impressed despite himself, but he still tells you, I don't believe you. Now, if you kindly, and as he's saying this, Lao D finally steps up and flashes his detective badge and he goes, "Oh, believe them." And then like he pulls it to the side because he's kind of had the folds of his cloak of his shirt kind of hiding it, letting the collar of it, as it were, kind of hide it. So he pulls it back a little bit to show the badge, and then like abruptly just kind of lets it fall back. He just kind of throws it back, just and then steps back. When that happens, this dragoon goes, "I see." Well, I will have to address my master about this. All the same, I can't just let you onto the property without just allow me to speak with him for a moment. And as he's saying this to you, he's cut off by a more relaxed voice speaking from behind him, saying, "Hey, Lotion, it's okay. They've given you all the credentials they have. After all, he's a detective." And you see this dragoon come walking up. This dragoon looks different from most of the dragoon you've seen. He's of the darker charcoal scale as well, but he wears kind of like a jacket, a real relaxed looking jacket, loose fitting clothing, and he's got tattoos all over him, which you're not unfamiliar with tattoos. Usually it's like a tribal thing, but in this guy's case, it looks like he's just got him because he wanted them, as if it's like a stylistic choice for him. As he comes approaching you, and he says, "Why don't you go and attend to some of your duties while I speak with these fine people, won't you?" He says, but sir. It's like, "Go on." And you watch as his wings now just kind of droop in defeat, and he kind of gives you all like a side eye, like almost like a warning as you best behave, as he storms off. Once he's far enough away, the new dragoon just turns and looks at you all with his hands in his pockets, and he's like, "Welcome to Nanchang Farm. I'm the host. I'm the owner and proprietor of this fine establishment. My name is Ziju Nanzi, but you can call me Z for short because I know that's a mouthful. And don't mind my compadre back there, Lotion Kure. He's a bit abrasive, but he just cares. He cares about the business. What can I do for you fine folk? Foreigners, huh? Even got an ugly one with you." And he points down at Agargus. He goes, and he looks Agargus up and down, and he goes, "Rad, though. Man, you rad. What are you?"
What are you?
He goes, "Me? I'm a businessman, sweetheart."
And Gurkis just kind of like makes a funny face at him, like, "Sweetheart." Like,
I like to think Android actually laughed at that too. Like, that actually made Android laugh. He's just standing there laughing, and he's like, "Ha, mushroom."
He goes, "And you are?" And he points at you, Android.
Android bows to him. He says, "My name is Android Prism. I apologize for the sudden notice, but as I informed your employee? Question mark.
Business
Um,
partner, friends,
Okay, your
servant,
business
whatever, but
partner.
that's an ugly term, servant, you know?
I understand. Well, your business partner then. We are investigating a very sensitive matter, and we'd appreciate discretion. We are not looking to incriminate you. We just are trying to track down somebody that may have had some of your fire wine. We know that this is the esteemed place in which it is exclusive to creation. He says, with that being said, I'll get to the point. We need to take a look at your ledger.
As you're speaking, he just gets this big old grin on his face and looks at Zoltan and he goes, "You let this guy do all the talking for you, man? Listen to this guy. Sounds like a freaking construct. Hello, I'm here on official business. Please let me through. Am I right?" He kind of slaps you on the chest, Zoltan, like playfully with the back of his hand. He's like, "Am I right though? Am I right?" He's like, "Oh, hey, Z, what's your name?"
Like a nerd.
Yeah. He's like, "Z, my name's Z. What's your name again, bud?"
My name's Zoltan.
He goes, "What's up, Zoltan?" He goes, "Hey, you guys look human, but you're kind of like half-breeds or something, ain't you? You ain't full human. Your mama's getting knocked up by a dragoon?" He goes, "Nah, never mind. That's personal. That's personal." He goes, "You, though, little guy," and he points down at Agaricus again. He goes, "What's your name?"
Garricus, what's yours?
He goes, "Z. You can call me Z." He goes, "Good." He's like,
What's your
he goes, "Good gods, it talks, doesn't it?"
What's your full name?
He goes, "Oh,
It's gonna be more than Z.
Jashu Nazi."
Garricus just kind of nods as if he still didn't catch it or understood it, but he's just like, oh.
He goes, "Yep, yep. See, a mouthful for foreigners." He goes, "And how about you back there, bud, Mister Strong and Silent type?" Loudy just goes, "Detective Loudy," with his arms crossed. He's like, "Oh, all right. So you're," and he points back at you, Android. He goes, "So you're the construct, and what's he like? Your mother or something? Looking at us like I just pushed you in the playground or something."
Android smiles and he points at himself, like with a thumb. He says, "Good cop," and then points at Loudy and he's like, "Bad cop."
He goes, "Ah, okay, well, I didn't do it." He goes, "All right, so about
No.
these ledgers." All right. So about these ledgers. Yeah, I can let you take a look at our ledgers. You said that you're investigating some kind of private matter or something for somebody, and that they had some of my fire wine on them or something, and so you need to look at my ledgers. I'm telling you right now, man, trying to find somebody who isn't drunk in this shogunate off of my liquor is like trying to find it's like trying to find a good-looking dragoon who cooks and cleans. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god.
I think I do.
He goes, "I mean," and he looks at Agaricus again because he doesn't really realize, like, he doesn't know what Agaricus is. It looks male, but it has your voice. So he's like, "Oh yeah, no offense. Or anything. I'm sure you'll make somebody a good whatever." He's like, "Yeah, sure. Come on in. Follow me." He starts like walking. He's got himself like a little like beat to the way he walks. Like, you know, if he had a theme song, it would be dun 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 dun. Now you can tell by the way I used to walk. You know what I mean? Like he's got that little groove to the way he walks. You know, and as you guys begin to follow him, you feel Android, you feel Laudi grab you by the shoulder and squeeze, and he leans into all of you and he says, Z is a scoundrel. Do not be charmed by him. He doesn't know who I am, but I know of him. And he releases. And he follows, you guys begin to follow him, He goes, he takes you up onto his front porch, which is, well, it's more like, it's not so much the front porch, it's just kind of like an offshoot of his front porch. It's like a small little pagoda, you might call it a gazebo, and up there you see another dragoon who's sitting there holding a guitar in his hand, and he's one of the more crystalline scaled, blue scaled dragoons, and he's just got this guitar in his hand as he's sitting there just chilling. And Z walks up to him and he goes, "Now this is my partner in crime." And then he looks at Lao Di and he goes, "Figuratively, I mean." He's like, "This is Kung Aoki." He goes, "There ain't no better musician in the world. Tell the man he needs to start getting paid for his talent, but he says, he says the artist doesn't make art for an audience. He says an artist only makes art for the artist, if that makes any sense. I don't know. The man speaks crazy. However, hang out here for a minute. I'll go fetch you them ledgers, okay? Sound good?"
Will do.
He's like, "All right, Chief." And then he looks at you, Zoltan. He goes, "I bet you can put down a few drinks, though, can't you, bub? All right, we'll be right back. Don't..." He looks at Agargus and he goes, "And if that thing's got to use the restroom, like, take it out into the grass or something." He goes, "I don't know if it's..."
For the grass.
"You potty trained? You know what? If that's personal, you don't got it. I'll be right back." And he walks off towards his little farmhouse. The farmhouse in of itself looks like an actual farmhouse, just more in the Eastern style. But it does have a few sheds around it, and crops are being grown for the still and whatnot. This looks like a legitimate setup. This looks like a place where liquor would be brewed and manufactured and sold and produced to the rest of the shogunate, the land. While you guys are sitting there though, Kung, he just looks at you all and he goes, "So what's your story? We don't get many visitors out here. You buying or selling?"
He's addressing us, correct?
Yeah.
Android kinda side eyes him. He says, "Well, we arrived here on personal business and found ourselves some official business. Nothing more, nothing less."
I see. He goes, "Interesting." He looks at Zoltan now and he goes, "This guy always sound like a construct? We are out here on official business. Nothing more, nothing left." He goes, "Man."
That's a yes.
He goes, "You gotta lighten up.
Always.
You gotta lighten up there, partner." He goes, We're not all elegant out here. We live out here in the country. We don't have to abide by their societal rules that they have to. We don't bow to each other in everything we say. We don't wait to drink after somebody drinks. We sure as the nine don't wait to eat after people eat. For crying out freaking loud. We just hang out here. Because I was just asking a question because it's interesting. Most people don't make it this far onto the farm. We tend to deal with them out there on the road and send them their, load up our barrels and send them on our way. So if you have to be somewhat important to be out here, disease let you out here this far. Kept lotion from tearing you apart. He looks at you for a minute, Android, and he goes, "Why are you so uptight? Because you don't seem like the uptight type. You're dressed a little fancy, but you a musician?"
Android smiles and he says, "I am."
He
He
goes,
says, "But
"Ah."
you must understand, right now, discretion is the name of the game. And when business is at stake, I'm all business, fella."
He's like, "Ah, I see." He goes, "Yeah, it's more to that than that, though, ain't it? Because being a troubadour myself, I'm pretty good at reading people. Huh? Got a little bit of a pain up in there, huh? Your music doesn't sound as sweet to your ears right now. Dealing with some things, ain't you?" Yeah.
I think this guy is asking a lot of questions.
He looks at Agaragis and goes, "Holy Jesus and talks." He's like, "Oh, that's rad." He goes, "That's rad," and he opens up a bottle of the fire wine and takes a swig of it, and he's like, "Huh." It's like, holy crap. It either talks or I'm slowly dying and hallucinating right now. He goes, "No, I only asked because I got a song for you." He goes, "Maybe you don't gotta tell me what's wrong with you, man, but I let the muse hit me when it does. I feel a little inspired by you."
Here's Wonderwall.
Yeah. He's like,
Hell yeah.
"Doom, doom, 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 doom." No. He's, "Today was gonna be the day." No. No, he just looks at you for a moment and he goes, "Nah, man." He goes, "I just feel pretty inspired by you, like sometimes I see somebody and like I said, I used to travel on the road throughout all of the lands, different shogunates and things like that. And one of the ways that I got by so much was being able to look at somebody and just know when they needed to hear something, you know? So here's one for you, buddy." With that, he just strums the guitar. He's like, boom. And then he starts picking at it. And you watch,
Oh, it
he's a decent musician, right? Like his fingers are nimble on this guitar. It's just just and then he starts slapping the guitar. And I'm not gonna sing the song, but I did write a song that I will recite to you. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna sing it, right? Because I want people to actually watch our sessions. So
Hell
or
yeah.
listen to our sessions. And if I start singing, that's gonna drive away everybody. So but the song, it does say go a little something like, "It's your time, here and now. It's your time, nothing more. It's your stage, take a bow. Don't look back when the whole world lies at your door. When the future holds so much more. Live your life, here and now." And then he plays a few more chords, and it like the instrumental part's kind of long, and it goes into like a higher fervor, and then he just out of nowhere says, "There and back again, grazing like a cow. Serenity is lost, living like a crow. Yet the whole world still lies at your feet. All you've got to do is simply go. The future still holds so much more. Live your life, here and now." And then he and then he goes back into repeating verse 1 where he says, it's your time here and now, only he sang a little faster. It's your time, nothing more. It's your stage, take a bow. And then he and then at the last of it he says, don't waste your time on past dealt in pain. Such a life is spent in idle vain. The future is yours, so take a bow. Live your life here and now. Dun, 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 dun. Then he looks at you all and he's like, thank you. He goes, I don't know. Maybe I'm off base, but it just seemed like to me, Chief, that you could use that. He goes, perhaps all of you could use that. Y'all are a little bit dour. Sets the guitar aside, and as he does that, Z shows up and he goes, are you scaring off our guests by playing the music?
Well, okay, before Z walks in, I'd like to think that Android kind of asks him, what was your name again?
He goes, oh, Kung Aoki.
Kung Aoki?
That's right.
Android kind of, squares off in his direction and kind of, takes a breath and then reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out his violin and plays the song back to him and tells him, I'll remember it.
Roll me a perform.
Oh, fuck. Well, that sucks.
All right, so yeah, that was a rough one. This was a bad time for you to suck that up too.
I know, right?
So you get it back and you say all that, like, I'll remember it, and then you start to try and play it back, but it is somewhat of a pretty
sorry rendition.
no, I'm not talking about your rendition. I'm talking about like the form of the song, like, it's like I said before, you were watching him and you realized he is an accomplished musician because his fingers, just, you know what I'm saying? Like they almost glide. It's almost like they don't even touch the strings and yet music is coming out of them, So it is kind of an advanced song, and you've always thought of yourself as a pretty good musician. You know what I mean? And maybe for the first time ever in Android's life, he's actually met perhaps somebody who is, if not his equal, maybe a little bit his better. You know what I mean? Because you did roll a 1. So this is kind of like a critical fail, So, Android's kind of got to try and deal with the fact that maybe this guy is just a little bit better than I am, actually. That's kind of crazy. I don't lose. You know what I mean? Like normally I rock the house. And this guy, he rocks the house. And so you're kind of like, a little bit. Every once in a while you hit the wrong chord and it's just kind of like, and you watch Aoki kind of flinch a little bit like he just slapped his child or something. And he's like, if I may. And as he begins to help you play, that's when Z walks up and goes, what are you doing out here teaching music lessons, scaring off our guests with trying to play music for them? And then he walks up and
like, oh no, he's showing me how to adapt a sound to the violin. He says, such skills amongst musicians help us to improve our styles. I appreciate his assistance.
He looks you up and down and realizes you have a fiddle in your hand. He goes, "Well, I'll be a kuatua turn." He goes, "You're a little bit of a musician yourself, ain't you?" He goes, "Hey, come,
This is guilt.
find yourself a little friend here." I was like, "Oh, he's decent." He goes, "Here, bud," and he quickly like tells you like the chords. You know what I mean? He's like, "There, just practice. You'll get it." And at that moment, Z's like, "Well, not right now, right? Because you want to look at these ledgers, don't you?"
Yes, of course. And he, you know, passes the, like, mindlessly passes the violin to Zoltan. And walks over.
So Zoltan, he hands you this violin. I gotta know, what does Zoltan do once Android just hands him the violin? I feel like, huh?
So much, and tries to remember the notes.
Oh,
He's gonna give a crack at playing it.
I'm,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you,
Zoltan got really happy,
go ahead and
and I'm gonna do it.
yeah, roll me, because you don't have a perform. So just go ahead and roll
Nope.
me a wisdom. No, roll me a charisma. And roll high.
Oh, Lord,
Roll high.
Oh my
The-
god, if he crack shots this against the song perfect, I would fucking love it.
That's why we're
That would be
doing
so
this.
funny.
That's why we're doing this.
Hold on, it's taking a minute to pull up the skill sheet.
That's why we're doing this, because if he pulls this off, I'm gonna freaking flip out.
Me too, that would be so excellent.
You said a charisma, correct?
Yeah, so you just go into your stats, you go to your abilities, strength, dex, all that. What is your charisma modifier?
Well, I'm trying to pull it up and I'm seeing
Oh,
a
okay.
white screen.
Because I want you to roll high, but I also want to know what your modifier is. And your modifier is not going to be what your charisma actually is. Say like your charisma's a 14, that's going to be a +3, or so on and so forth. I need to know what the plus is.
Let's see.
He's like, "I got an 18 charisma." I'm like, "Oh, that's a +4, my dude. You might actually pull this off."
Hold on, it has the dice. It's loading. It's gonna take a minute. Anyways, how was y'all's day? Y'all doing
How
good
was
today?
y'all's day? How we all doing? Well, while we're waiting for you to pull that up, Android, you walk over to Z, and he holds out the ledger for you, and a couple of ledgers for you, and he goes, "This is at least, you know, 3 cycles back. So I don't know." He goes, "I don't know how far back you needed to go." He goes, "But I usually eventually put these in chests, and then I'd have to start really looking through them. And if you start making me have to go into our archives, Lotion's going to be real upset. Because I'm going to make him do it. And you already know he's got that sparkling personality, right?"
I'm sure this will be fine. Android kind of motions to Loudy, like, come help me take a look at this.
Laudy comes walking up, and he nods at you and offers his hand for one of the ledgers so he can unroll it and look at it while you're looking at one.
Okay, so we start sorting through the ledgers.
Go ahead and roll me a search. You get to looking through them, and you don't. Basically, what these ledgers are is a name, like either a personal name or like what would be considered a business or something. You know what I mean? And you get to looking through it, and you don't find anything of interest in this ledger, so you roll it up and you get to looking at the next one, and you don't really find anything out of the ordinary about this one, and you're looking, and now you're watching as Lao D is looking at his. Go ahead and roll me one more search. Zoltan, did that character sheet ever load for you, bud?
It did load, but now it's like ordered, so I have to go find it.
Oh,
Hold on. You said charisma, correct?
yeah.
Okay, so you said modifier?
Yeah.
It is a 1.
Your charisma's a 1?
No, my charisma is a 12 with a modifier of 1.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Give it a shot.
A wing and a prayer.
Yeah.
We don't know what we rolled.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ah!
So you get the
Perfect.
as you're
You got it.
looking through the ledger with Lao D now, you hear Zoltan behind you go on your fiddle, and you hear Kung just go, oh no. He goes, don't do that. That's all he
Andrew,
says.
It's like if you break my strings, it's coming out of your paycheck.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's like nails on a chalk.
But have fun.
It's like nails on a chalkboard. It's like the equivalent of listening to somebody take a fork and start scratching a porcelain plate with it, you know? I mean, it's just as he's not even coming close to hitting the notes. You know? Like it sounds like and Kung's just over there like, oh please stop. He goes,
Can Agaricus give it a shot?
yeah. Yeah. Agaricus is more than welcome to give it a shot. Explain to me how Agaricus gets the fiddle away from Zoltan.
He just takes it from him.
Zoltan, while you're trying to play this fiddle, Agaricus just jumps up and snatches it away from you. And Kung's just like, oh, thank God. He goes, oh. He looks over at you guys. He's like,
Zoltan is now pouting.
he's like, you guys are official, right? Like, can you arrest people? Because I'm pretty sure this guy, and he points in Zoltan's direction, I'm pretty sure this guy just committed a murder of music. Of music today. Zoltan, go ahead and roll me a charisma.
Again?
I mean, Agaricus.
Oh, Agaricus? Yeah. My bad. No, not you, Zoltan. Yeah, don't you ever roll that again. No.
Oh my god.
Oh, my heart.
Well, what is your charisma modifier? Agaricus.
It looks like a 2.
Okay. So a 2. However, you do. Oh my God.
Oh,
With a 2?
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. I was going to say you also have your mood ring, which can buff your charisma if
Aw.
you had wanted to.
my god.
Yeah.
I
But,
got a little overzealous.
well, you might. Yeah, I would say I'll let you try it, re-roll it, but then you might roll it. And this was really good for having a 2 for your charisma. That's a pretty high check, even for just like a stat, really. That was a pretty high number, you know, for even that. So yeah. I'm not gonna say it was perfect,
but
but
it was close.
but it was good. It was actually pretty good. Like you begin it, you're just like on the fiddle. It sounds a little different. It's more like wee 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 wee. You know what I'm saying? And then you start kind of plucking at it. Bum 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 bum. Wee 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 wee. And freaking Kung's actually over there kind of listening to you, and he's just like, oh my gosh, they're a traveling group of musicians. Well, and he points at Zoltan again. He goes, not that one. He goes, but
Just
I
the
mean,
show, bro.
he's like, not you. In fact, you should stay away from music. You know,
Zoltan finds the nearest seat and pouts in it.
he's like, music is like a wife, and you're like an abusive husband. Don't touch her. He's like, am I right? This guy plays music like he's ready to punch. You know, but these two, he's like, they're not bad. He's like, hey, he goes, I don't think we've given this guy a fair shot. He looks at you, Agaragis, and like holds out his fist for like a bump. He's like, punch it. Punch. Yeah. He's like, I'll show you. Go ahead, just punch my fist.
Like Garrus just like headbutts his fist.
He's like, okay, not right, but, and he kind of shakes his hand like, golly. He's like, you got bone inside that cap or something? Golly. He's like, but I mean, no, good. He's like, that'll work, I guess. He does the with his hand, like it's an explosion. He's like, whatever. He's like, yeah. He's like, good job. He goes, y'all should start a band sometime or something, Come back when this is all said and done. We'll jam. We'll jive. Android, while you're looking through this ledger, wait, hold on, I got a question. When Zoltan pouted, did he like walk off to go pout?
He just found the nearest seat to go pouts in.
Oh, okay. So there he is, just over there with
Zoltan
his
was not happy.
his like arms crossed over his chest, and he's just like, Is that how he looks?
No, yeah, you nailed it. Zoltan
Yeah.
did not like that. Zoltan is thinking about blowing up the building now.
So, yeah, so Android and Laudi, Android, you guys look through that ledger, and you rolled a 20. How D's go? Search. Okay, so as you guys are looking through that ledger, Laudi taps his finger on something and points it to you, and he goes, "Do you see that?" And he kind of murmurs it to you so as not to grab a lot of attention.
Right.
When he points it out to you,
Android.
he's like, "See this?" He goes, "It's interesting." He goes, "On those other ledgers, it also every single name and business said paid out, did it not? Or payment,
Paid
Payment.
in full.
paid in full. That's what I meant to say. Paid in full, right?" And that would be
Correct.
correct. Yeah. He says, "How come this one says paid out?" He goes, "It might not be nothing, but he himself said in recycles, that's like that's
That'd be like 3 months. or-
yeah, 3 months. Yeah." He goes, "That's almost a whole season." He goes, "We did it."
Android.
Huh? Android what?
Oh, Android's gonna like, keeping his voice down. He's gonna be like, "Do you think we should ask Simon?"
He goes, well, how come it? He goes, paid out. How come he didn't pay out on this? He goes, this was a. He goes, it might be something worth looking into. Maybe not.
Android kind of scratches his chin. What was the name of the company involved
That's the thing.
or individual?
The company or the individual is in a foreign writing that you don't recognize any of their writing, right? Because you don't know their actual language. The only reason why
Okay.
you've been able to communicate with them so well is because Mazaru performed tongues on you guys a while back when you first met her, and you see what I'm
Right.
saying? That's why when the
Okay.
Kuatoa were speaking in Kuatuan, you didn't understand it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
She made it to where
So
you could
Android
basically
can be like-
talk the common of these lands. You don't know
Gotcha.
you don't know the finer languages, right?
So Android's gonna hold up his hand and he's gonna be like, ".3, can you hear me?"
She just "Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo." Yes, Andrew, I hear you.
He says, "You can translate text, is that correct?"
She says, I can translate language. I have no eyes.
No, I thought you might have had a function. Okay.
She says,
Well, I-
if you can recite the words to me, perhaps I can decipher the language.
The android kind of chuckles. He's like, "Well, I can't read it, Dot. That was the thing. Thank you, though."
She says, no problem. I'm so lonely here. No, I'm just kidding. She says, no problem, Android.
I'm gonna have to give .3 a body. Android's gonna turn to Loud-D, I guess, and be like, do you know what that says? Or
He looks at it and he says, oh, yes. And then he says something in Dragoon. Shisha-wa. Shaw. He goes, in your language, it might. And he kind of chuckles. He's like, oh, this man is immature. It's the way it's written. You don't say it like just saying it. It's written as if it's exaggerated. It's not just the words. When you say it out loud, you have to say it with exclamation.
sure.
The
I gotcha.
words are, you know. It says paid out. He's like, I can't stand this man. He kind of. He's like, I know you like it, Android. He goes, and that song was clever. I don't know if it really helped you or not, but do not be fooled. These are wily characters.
Android smiles and he says, "Oh, I never said I liked them. I liked the song." He just kind of, smiles coyly. And he's like, "Well, I do think this is worth looking into, but do you think perhaps the name is encoded? Do you think that investigating this company, as it were, is pissing in the wind because perhaps it doesn't exist?"
He says it's something he's paying. It's someplace or someone or something. He's paying it. And it was this cycle, no less. So this is a recent transaction. He goes in, as far as any of it, I don't think the name is encoded. I think he's just an immature prat.
Sure.
And he kind of
So-
motions over to Z. And when you look over, Z's over there, and he's like, he's actually over there sitting at like a table, just waiting for you guys. And he's got a piece of win, you know, like win coin, and he's got it on the table, and he's flicking it to spin it, and just watching it, kind of, yeah. But then he slaps it and stops it, and spins it again. He's like, I can get it faster. I know I can. And it just further yeah, it further illustrates Loudy's point about the man's maturity.
Right. So Android's like, so should we press him?
He goes, you lean on him. It's your show. You want to lean on him? You can lean on him. I'll just be the weight under your boot, as it were, if need be. He goes, keep in mind, something to think about. He may be immature, but how if he was truly as immature as he feigns? How does one with that much immaturity own a place like this?
Oh, precisely.
It's your call.
Okay. I think Android's going to carry it over to him, over to Z. You know, carry the ledger over to Z,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to set it down, you know, and kind of point to the one and say, "So, who is it that you know?"
Excuse me?
He's going to say, "So, who is it that you know?" and kind of tap his finger on the name.
He goes, he goes, oh, you know? He goes, nah, just, yeah, it's, you know, bills. Everybody's got to pay them. That's, you know, I got to pay. Who'd you pay? You know? And he kind of laughs. He's like, I just, everybody's got bills around here. I mean, I don't know about you. And he kind of looks at your clothing. He goes, I mean, you're fancy enough, but you're not from around here, so I don't imagine you've got a lot of debt. Roll me a sense motive.
Yeah.
Is that what you were about to say anyways?
Well, something to that effect. Just
One, three. There is some kind of hesitation. You don't know.
right.
However, you don't know if it's just because you're making, if he's trying to hide something, or he is under investigation, right? And he
Right.
might just be nervous because, for all intents and purposes, right now you're a cop, right?
Right.
And so you don't know, like, there is a slight uncomfortable attitude he's got. A slight, he's hesitant, but it could just be because he's afraid of saying the wrong thing that's going to make him wreck it.
Right.
Or if he's actually being nefarious. You can't tell.
Android's gonna kind of look him up and down, and then he's gonna kind of tip his hat down a little bit, right? Fold his hands behind his back, look himself up, like, down himself, set one heel forward and examine the tip of his shoe, sort of thing. He says, "Fancy clothes." And then he takes a look around and he says, "Fancy house." And then he kind of sighs and takes off his hat and sits with him. And he says, "You're not wrong. I'm well off where I come from." He says, "And if there's one thing that I've learned, is that when monetary debtors no longer become an issue, a different kind of debtors do." He kind of leans into him a bit and he says, "So, who is it that you know?"
He kind of he goes, "Listen, man, you want me to say I'm crooked? I'll say I'm crooked." He goes, "You start leaning on me too hard, shoot, I'll admit to the fire of the plains. I'll admit to whatever you want me to admit to, if it just makes you go away." He goes, "But I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here. I told you what that was." Roll me another sense motive. But it's gonna be 23. Oh, you rolled a 15, right?
I know. What a dog shit sense.
Yeah, you're having a hard time tonight, aren't you?
Yeah,
However,
with my rolls, for sure.
he's gonna roll something too, though.
Nice.
Yeah, that's not supposed to.
Put the forward slash in the wrong spot.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to see that. You just ignore that. You understand?
It's ignored.
Yeah.
Don't roll a 1.
Yeah. Please roll a 1. Yeah.
I'll whoop that ass if you roll a 1.
So he just beats you, and he leans in and he goes, "I mean, what else can I say?" He goes, "Go
I
ahead."
love LA.
He goes, "Yeah, the day was a good day." Says, "What else can I say? If you start torturing me, I'll tell you whatever you want to believe." I don't know what else to do. And you've noticed that his, childish demeanor has completely slipped away. Now he's got this like aura of a shrewd businessman. You know what I mean? Not stern like you would think like Lao D would be stern or something. You know what I mean? This almost feels snaky to you. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's like, I'll, he goes, if there's money in it, if there's a steady paycheck, I'll make you believe whatever you want to believe. And he kind of winks at you.
Android kind of narrows his eyes at him and then pinches the bridge of his nose. He's like, thinks for a second. He's like, "I'm not trying to incriminate you. All I want to know is a name.
He says, "Oh, okay." He says, "You want a name? I got a name for you. Yuzo Snow." He goes, he goes, "That's as good of a name as any that money can buy. Go ahead and roll me a diplomacy." And roll good. Do me a favor on this one. Roll good. Okay. Ooh. It feels like actually that name is complete dog crap. You know what I mean? He's being clever with you now, right? Because Yuzo Snow is basically just a play on words for you know. See what I'm saying?
Right.
But it does feel like he is actually trying to tell you something. You're just not quite getting it. There's something
Yeah,
nagging
no.
at you now.
And the android gets it, but he's getting frustrated. You know what I mean? He's like, and he kind of starts speaking his mind out loud a little bit because he starts getting frustrated, and he's like, "You try to do shit by the fucking book." You know what I mean? He's like, "All right, all right. You want me to drop the official act? You want to play businessman? Let's play businessman." He reaches into his pocket and he pulls out 30 gold and sets it before him. And he says, "Tell me what I want to know. No more games."
Oh, you did catch it. Very good. He like raises his eyebrows at that, and you just hear him kind of look at that. He's like, "Hey, Kung." Kung looks over him now. Kung's kind of strumming his guitar, but he's like, at this point, Kung has scooted over to where Zoltan's pouting, and Kung is just kind of playing him like a sonata, like a sad song. You know what I mean? That kind of matches
On the
Zoltan's
world's smallest violin.
Yeah, that kind of matches Zoltan's mood. You know what I mean? And he's even gotten Agaragis in on it now because Agaragis can kind of play, so Agaragis is like kind of following him. And he's like, and he's looking at Agaragis, and he's like, that's right. Playing music's like making love to a woman. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta treat her tender. You can't murder her." he looks over at Zoltan and kind of half grins, you know? He's like, cheer up, Buttercup. It's not that bad. Some people can play music. Some people know how to treat a lady. And then some people know how to sit all stoic and look like somebody just, you know, peed in their wine. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, it's a tough deal. And at this point, Z's like, "Yo, Kung." And Kung's like, "Yo, what's up?" He's like, "We got ourselves an aristocrat over here." And Kung goes, "Mm." He goes, "Business?" And he goes, oh yeah. Business." With that, Kung just stands up and picks up his guitar and draws a blade out of it and stabs Zoltan. Everybody roll initiative. No, I'm just kidding.
No way. That would be so funny though.
Yeah.
I'd be like, "Oh, that's bullshit, dude."
Wouldn't that have been effed up? No, he stands up and like he like stands up and straps his guitar to his back, and he's like, "Oh," and then he walks over and pulls out from underneath a bench like a littler guitar with only like a few strings on it.
Over.
You know? Yeah, like he walks over and pulls out you know what I'm saying? a smaller guitar, like a tiny guitar, basically a ukulele. He pulls out a ukulele, right? Just like a little learner's guitar, and he hands it to Zoltan. He goes, "Keep trying, man. Don't let me bust your balls and take you away from the beauty of music, man. You know, like life is tough. You know, get a helmet." And he kind of pats you, kind of like rubs your hair. You know what I mean? Like rubs you on the head like you would a small child. He's like, "That a boy." He's like, "You stay beautiful." He says that to Garrigus as he walks by. He goes, "I really like that little mushroom thing you got going over there, man. If I take a bite out of its head, am I gonna fly?" This Z stands up.
It'll make you bigger.
Yeah. Z stands up and
Red
he's like,
cap, white dots.
"Oh,
Makes you bigger, remember.
yeah." Like Z stands up and he's like, "Not now." He's like, "Well, business then." And he scoops up the money and the gold and sticks it in his pocket. And he goes, "Brother, I think you and I just went into business for ourselves." Kung's just like, "Well, mother pin a rose on me." He's like, it's like he's meeting you for the first time, Android. He's like, "Kung Aoki at your service. Master Bruce Smith."
Android kind of sits back in his chair and kicks one leg up over the other, and motions for the both of them to sit, sort of thing. He's like, "I'm Android Prison. Nice to meet you again."
Goes, "Oh." He goes, "Oh." Z chimes in and goes, "And I, as you already know," and let me look it up because I will butcher it if I don't. "I am Xiaoshu Nanzi. I am proprietor and also Master Bruce Smith of the Longji Nanchang Farm. Out somewhere is our help, Loshin Kure, and he's probably tending to the finer details of our skills. He can't brew worth a dang, but the man is magic with his hands. You should see the things he can fix. I swear on Takesis herself, that man could mend a broken blade of grass." He goes, "But there's no time for sitting." He's like, "Old son, you want to do business, so let us show you our business."
Oh, like they want to take a walk around? Is that what I'm to understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can roll a sense motive here if you want. It's
okay.
not, yeah.
I will do that.
It's not a hard roll either. It'll, you know what I'm saying? But if you just want to skip it and get to the finer details, yes, roll that sense.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
fucking roll a high ass sense motive, but I don't even fucking need to.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I roll.
you realize that there may actually be a misunderstanding. They're assuming you're into something else.
Mm-hmm. Android's gonna kind of scratch his chin, and he's gonna say, "Look, I don't know what kind of... Let me rephrase that. He's gonna say, I gave you that because I want to know a name." He says, "Don't misunderstand me. Whatever business you guys have cooking
As you're
up
saying
here,
this,
then shut up."
Loudie steps in and goes, and just kind of like he steps through and he goes, "That'll be enough." He looks at you and kind of winks, and like a quick wink too, like almost like it looks more like a twitch of the eye than anything, you know. He says,
Right.
"My servant here handles all my business until I know I can trust someone. He's speaking on my behalf, but now that I know that you are men of a type of culture, I would be more than happy to look at your setup. And we can see what kind of business we're into. And freaking Z just instantly goes, I knew it! See, there was no way a dragoon would be working for a bunch of foreigners, man. And he kind of elbows, Kung. He's like, shh, you fell for it, though. You fell for it. He's like, no, I didn't. He's like, yeah, you did. Look at the look on you. You totally fell for it, man. It's like, just like the dark, you're still afraid of the dark. You're a grown-ass dragoon and still afraid of the dark. He's like, I'm not afraid of the dark. And they kind of have this conversation as they begin to head towards the farm. Like, not the farmhouse, but the surrounding sheds of it. And Laudi looks at you quickly and he whispers real fast. He's like, I'm so sorry. I disrespect you like that. He quickly bows and he goes, but we are actually about.
Android's kind of like, and I really don't want any part of it, but I do see your tactic here, so no disrespect. It's okay. You're right. Let's see what they're about.
It's all right. He looks at Zoltan and Agaragis and he goes, you guys coming or what?
Agaricus just like runs up real quick, you know, to make sure to catch up.
What about Zoltan?
Zoltan off. I shall mopily walk with my tiny instrument he gave me.
Android is gonna grab his violin on the way out.
Oh.
And shove it back into his bag of holding before he forgets.
And something else I want to point
Hastily.
out, which is kind of like out of pocket, but it's not. Agaragis, your memes are hilarious. Right?
Oh, thank you.
The meme of the bear eating the mushroom is funny because it directly ties into what we were just talking about. However,
Yeah.
I should point out that the audience at home cannot see your memes. Right?
No, it's
So
a shame.
take some of that gumption. Oh no, it's not a shame because some of that
You can screenshot. We can screenshot it and make it happen. Don't worry about a thing.
No. I'm not trying to get demonetized for some of that, or kicked off of YouTube forever for it. However,
I'm hearing.
all I'm saying is take some of that gumption you have for the memes and voice it out loud for the audience at home, so they get to know. Agaragis a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? You could still go with
Okay,
the
yeah.
memes, but like, you know, take some of that humor and make it to where everybody can join in. You know what I mean? Like, don't look at
Yeah.
me. Don't look at this as me like reprimanding you because I'm not trying to do that. It's
No,
just,
I know.
you know
Being
what
a
I'm
meaty
saying?
face, don't let him.
You know what I'm saying though? Like,
Yeah, I do.
take some of that fun and let everybody share. You know what I mean? Because you're funny, you got a funny little
Everybody.
personality, but you know, let everybody in the club get tips. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
With that said though, you all begin to follow them into the bar, you know, through there, and they take you to the first one, and they open it up, and you can see that they have pretty, like, it is a steampunk-esque sort of contraption, series of like conveyor belts and cogs and gears and things like that, that's running like bushels of wheat and stuff into, and honey and whatnot, into these like different vats. Like, so the wheat will go down into like threshers and thresh it out and stuff like that, and it's all running on a steampunk-esque series of machines, as it were, you know, fed by coal and wood and things of that nature. And they bring you in here and they're like, this is where we begin the thrashing and the separation of all the ingredients that goes into the fire wine. it's a beaut, ain't it? And they're looking around and they're like I said, Lotion, he builds it. He builds it good. He's like, but you're not here for that. But we just thought, humor us and let us show you, what we're proud of, and then we'll get down to the nitty-gritty of it all. Hey, follow us this way. And they begin to take you to the next barn. And while they're doing that, Loud D makes a point of saying, from here on out, any questions, concerns, or suggestions that you may have for me, you can take up with my help here. And he grabs you, Android, and kind of pushes you in front of himself now. And he goes, you will speak with him. You understand that? And he's kind of hesitant. He's like, boy, you better handle my business. And he kind of backhands you, but it's extremely soft. It's just kind of like a, He's like, handle my business, boy. Yeah.
Do it again. One more time.
Yeah. He's like, Kung and Z watch this whole thing, and they're just kind of like, oh. They're like,
The fuck?
yeah. They're like, huh? They're like,
Android just bows to Loudy.
Ye-
Bows to him and then turns and looks back at the guys, and he's like trying to maintain this expression like he's trying to keep strong.
Yeah.
Kung's like, oh. He's like, man, you don't know culture, all right? Like, be cool. They're cool. He's like, all right, boy, servant boy. He's like, all right, well, anyways, yeah, so over here, and they take you to the next barn and they open it up. Inside here is where they got all the stills, where they're breaking it down into the alcohol. And they're taking all the mash and they're piling it up, right? And the way this is set up is they actually have what looks like what are those, water wheels? Like on a mill? Right?
Yeah.
Only this works a little different. What this does is the liquor actually propels it, but all the mash that comes down on each slat hits a chute and sends the mash down into a separate container, right? And this is how they separate the mash from the liquor, or the wine as they call it, right? And they're like, yeah. They're like, isn't this beautiful? And they have several of them set up to do this. Like, the still will just do droplets of, like, every, like, 10th of a second. There's more droplets coming out of the still, going into bottles, running the bottles down. Boom, hits the water wheel, separates the mash from it. Boom, goes back into another still, refines it some more. Droplets of water. You see what I'm saying? Droplets of liquor until it's been refined. And then that gets put into barrels, and the barrels there's barrels sitting there on these different carts being ready to be transferred over. And they're like, now those barrels will go into our other barn over there, and that's just a bottling barn. That's not going to be too interesting because we do that by hand, because we have to double check the wine to make sure that it is up to the non-chain farm standards, blah, 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 blah. Basically, we just like to make sure that it'll get you drunk.
Quality assurance.
He looks at you, Android, and he's like, exactly. He's like, but what you're here, what you want to see. And he brings you over into another barn. He bypasses several other barns, right? And he's like, wait, now as you can see, we have several barns doing all these different processes and whatnot. We at least got another barn that breaks down the ingredients, another one that separates the wheat from the chaff, as they say, and another bottling barn, and so on and so forth. He's like, we really got to get help out here, man. And when he says that, Kung goes, well, we can afford it now. He goes, right you are, good friend. They walk into this one little barn that just seems kind of out of the way, right? It's almost unassumingly so. See what I mean? It's like it's so conspicuous that it's inconspicuous. You know what I'm saying? And they bring you into it. And in here, you see this is where they're bringing all the mash. He's like, this is what you want, right? This is what you're looking for. That high quality ingredient. Gets a handful of it and slaps it on the table, and he goes, I didn't know you guys were into like the old ways. You know, I didn't know that. And he keeps saying the word, you know, by the way. He's like, you know, I didn't know all of that. He goes, but if you know, you know. Am I right? Huh? And he eyeballs you. And when you go, like that, he kind of looks at you kind of cross for a minute, and he goes, roll me a bluff, Android.
This is
Oh, wait, what are you saying? Hold on. Go ahead.
He was gonna say, excuse me, I'm just the boy. I handle the monetary aspect of this.
Now, as this is going on, right? Yeah, excuse me, I'm just the boy. I handle. Roll me a bluff, Android. Zoltan. He used the word the old ways. He used that phrase, right? You know for a fact that when they refer to the old ways, that is another term used that the crone taught you about the Wujin and the Shujinja. They used the old ways.
Oh yeah, Zoltan never told Android about that mic. Damn.
No, he never did. No, he never did, but you pick up on it right away. Because he says, I didn't know you guys were into the old ways. And so he says that, and that strikes a chord with you. Meanwhile, Android's trying to bluff them about, the... Android.
Can Zoltan,
Almighty.
I'm gonna bow my head and say sorry for interrupting and try to interrupt Android before he speaks again and says yes, the old ways. And then he walks up to Android and whispers into Android's ear the summary of his
I'm
night
going to tell
with the
you right
crow.
now. I'm going to tell you right now. You don't have time to do that. You don't have time to
I
whisper
don't.
that whole. No,
Can I
because
just-
they're going to. Because that's kind of a longer conversation. All that explanation,
Can I
and they're
just
going to
try to
look at you
interrupt him?
all crazy. Well, you do have time. I will tell you what out of that whole thing, you did have the time to say, I don't mean to interrupt, but yes, the old ways. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying? You had
let's
enough
go.
time to do that, but you don't have time to walk up to him and whisper
Yeah.
like 20 minutes of conversation in his ear without them looking at him like, you sticking your tongue in his ear, or you guys plot? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't have time to do that because
Right.
they're not stupid, right? So, but when you say yes, the old ways, and by the way, Android, you actually pass against
Android
his
just shuts
sense
the
motive.
fuck up.
Yeah, you passed against his sense motive. So, yeah, but when Zoltan does pipe up and say yes, the old ways, I got a question. Does that kind of prick your ear a little bit, Android? Like, what? Like,
Yeah,
you know?
well, when he
like,
says that, when Zoltan says that, Android just shuts the fuck up, because he's like, okay, Zoltan knows something, so I'll question him about that later and just follow his lead in this situation. Yes, the old ways, sure.
mhm. Well, you did pass your bluff. You know what I mean? So, in this case, they take your word for it, like, yeah, I'm just the boy. And then Zoltan being like, yes, the old ways. That in a weird sort of way assists, right? Because normally
Right.
because what we actually
'Cause it
had,
sets a pecking order.
yeah, because what we had was a tie, and we were gonna have to go to Dex, right, or intelligence, I believe.
Right.
No, it's a charisma, right? However, dueling
Right.
charismas, which he might have actually beat you at. You know what I mean? However, Zoltan being like, yes, sorry, no mean to interrupt, but yes, the old ways. That I'm going to say inherently would aid you in this because, like you said, it sets up a pecking order. He's like, oh, okay, and he eyeballs Loudy, like, you know, kind of like, I get you, man. You keep your you don't put all your
Different
eggs in
ones for different things.
yeah, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. I can dig it, son. He's like, all right, you. And he points at Zoltan. He goes, you step forward then. You're the one I need to talk to about this. He's like, no. and he looks at you, Andrew, and he goes, no offense to you, flock of seagulls, but man, you can sit back now. He goes, you're the money man. I get it.
Yeah. Android holds up both hands and he's like, Zoltan, proceed.
Yeah. So, Zoltan, do you step forward now and like take the place of Android now?
Yep.
Oh, this
I'm
is gonna
taking
be
the voice
fun.
of Android.
Oh, this is gonna be fun now. Oh, again, the Joker, gun to my pistol to my forehead. Now you're talking. All right, here we go.
Android just kind of looks at Loudy.
Loudy just looks at you and again he does the frown and shrug like, And but even though he seems kind of calm, you know, you see his hands kind of tighten and his body kind of shift. Like at any moment, he's ready to draw his sword. Like you take notice of that. So Zoltan, Z looks at you and he's like, "Yeah, the old way, son. I didn't know you guys were into all that kind of crazy business." He goes, "Dirty bit of business, ain't it?" He goes, "That's the
It can be.
like that's the you're like the second one this month, or you're like the second one this cycle who's come to us about this." He goes, "Is there something going down that we should know about?" He goes, you all ain't preparing for like a throwdown, are you? Like we're about to go back to the old ways? Because I promise you this, if we go back to the old ways with like whoever you're working for in charge, you know, I don't want to assume nothing, right? He's like, but I mean, just know we can get you the smash. Like you can see, we can mass produce it, no problem. So, you know, there's no reason that we shouldn't continue to do what we do and live the life that we're still living, right?
Right.
He goes, "Whew." He's like, "Whew. Cool, man, cool. You just tell that to your superiors."
All right.
So, about these old ways, what exactly, like, what are you, you know, what, let's talk turkey now. Like, how much do you need? How do we need to prepare it for you? You know, because, you know, like, what do we need to do? What's our part in this? What special preparations do we need to make? And that was me
Is
laughing.
it against?
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. Get your laugh.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
thinking.
I was laughing. Yeah, I'm
Zoltan
laughing.
kinda-
That's me laughing as the
Zoltan is
DM.
trying to pull. Zoltan is trying to use Android's method and see if Android rubbed off of him enough. Would it be against y'all's will to tell me how y'all prepared it for the other one so I can judge if y'all can prepare it better than y'all did?
Look at each other kind of nervously. Like, they both, like, kind of look at each other, kind of like, And And they both kind of straighten up in their seat and they're like, it's not our business to tell the names of our previous customers, especially not in this.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not looking for a name. I'm looking for the method that they use to see if I can fine tune it at all.
Like, well, what, what, what ritual precisely were you going to use this for again?
Her.
The door.
Zoltan tries to he explains the how they did the astral projections on 2 people. Let's see if that works.
But you don't use a specific name, right? You just kind of explain what it does. Go ahead and roll me a bluff.
Yay. A what?
A bluff.
Yay. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh my god. You straight up gotta. Alright.
No. If anything, Zoltan's ready to fight. Zoltan was taking mental notes of this establishment. He's gonna blow this shit up.
Yeah. Zoltan, as you're explaining this to them, Kung is the first one to say, "You don't even know the name of the rituals?" And Z kind of looks at him nervous, and he kind of takes the mash and throws it back into like slides it off the table and tosses it into a barrel, and he goes, he goes, "You know what? On second thought, maybe this wasn't a good idea." He goes, "But far be it from me to be a spoil sport. You can take the 50. You can take the gold back. Because we don't want any problems here. Huh? No robbery. Fair exchange. No robbery."
With him doing that, can I take out my my gem that she gave me and hold it up to my eye?
Yeah. Their auras are completely normal. They're definitely not magic users. They're not like a Sujinja or a Wujin or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? If not a bit like colorful. You know what I'm saying? But they're definitely. But they watch you pull out your gem and stick it to your eye and start looking at them, and that makes them nervous. They put their hands up and they're like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! You casting spells?"
No, just checking something out.
They're like, "Yeah." They're like, "Okay,
Yeah.
well, here," and he pulls out the gold and throws it on the table, and he goes, "Go ahead and go." Like, I don't know what you're looking at us for, but go ahead and just take off. You're not welcome here anymore.
I motion Android back. He's in
Yeah.
charge now.
I guess Android gets the gold.
Lao D looks at you, Android. He just kind of nods. And he says, "So sorry that we could not do business then." They're like, "Yeah."
Zoltan mutters that he dislikes Wujin business.
Does he?
Yes.
Does he mutter? Okay, when he mutters it, is he trying to mutter it out loud so they'll hear that, or is he just saying it just to say it?
He mutters it out loud to see if they'll take bait into it.
They look at, they hear you say the word Woojin, and they're like, "Hey, you should calm down with those words you use. Get yourself in some trouble. Go ahead and roll me another bluff, Zoltan."
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to make it work, but it doesn't want to work. I'm struggling tonight.
It's all right. Everybody seems to be struggling with their rolls a little bit tonight. Sometimes the D&D gods are just not kind to the party.
Just be like that.
There we go. Just the right one. I don't know. He's rolling. Is it peanut? Hiya, hiya, hiya. Hiya, we're rolling even lower now.
Yeah. So and that's the only thing they have to say about the Woojin business. They're just like, watch the words that you use out there, man. Like, I don't know if you guys are just playing around, messing with things that you don't know about, but they're like, this life ain't definitely for you. And they kind of nod at each other and like, and nice fake badge you got there to get yourself through the gate there, old timer. The word's gonna get out around about you. And when they say that to Laudi, he kind of stops for a minute, kind of grunts, and then keeps walking. As you guys are walking back out of the farm and everything, Laudi apologizes to you, Android. He goes, maybe I should have just let you question him about the name and not their business. I don't know. Maybe I overstepped my boundaries because now it feels like we don't know anything more.
Android kind of scratches his chin and he's like, well, we at least know where they're sourcing for sure. At least confirmation. It's no longer suspicion.
Yeah. Laudi agrees, and then he turns and looks at you, Zoltan, and he goes, and how do you know about the old ones? He looks pretty concerned with you.
Zoltan looks down because he knows Laudi's about to get on to him. He tells Laudi about visiting the crow, and he tells him about the whole night.
He looks at Android and he goes, I don't know who this crone is, but if she has knowledge, perhaps we should visit her as well. We might be barking up the wrong tree. After all, these two kind of seem like low-level drug dealers more than anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Neat. Although she will have a price, is what she told me last time.
A price.
See.
Does that mean money or does that mean like a prize?
I don't know. She said she would acquire something from me next time I would come visit her, and she said it would be soon. So, I guess we can go find out.
Android kind of narrows his eyes at him and he says, well, do you have something that you can't live without?
He kind of taps his chest.
He's like, well, I guess I'd better hope she doesn't ask for that then.
Yep.
Kind of like clears his throat and he's like, guess I can't ask you to part ways with it. So, I suppose let's go give the crone a visit. Maybe I can work a plot hole or a loophole.
Yes, bottle. Correct, correct, sir.
Oh,
I
you
mean
can
loophole.
try.
No, maybe I can work a loophole. and
Plot
be like,
armor!
well, I mean, I'm asking you for something, not Zoltan.
Mhm.
But guess we'll see.
Wow, he strokes his chin and says, "Yes." And then he looks down at Agargus. He goes, "We can always leave this one here too till nightfall and have them sneak back into the farm and see if they find anything else out."
What say you, Agaricus?
He kind of looks at you guys like not necessarily too happy because he doesn't want to be left alone, but he'll do it.
Yeah.
He's like, well, you don't have to, but it'd help.
He nods his head.
Wow, D says, "We can always send one of the Dragoon back to get you too when you're done. We could just set up a meeting place for you to meet them at, and they can fly you back." And he looks and goes, "Unless you think it is too dangerous." He looks at you, Agargus. He says, if it seems like too much danger, there's always another way."
He said, "That's okay." He thinks it'll be okay.
He says, "All right, well," he goes, "Go sneak back into the farm, and I'll send somebody back. Instead of waiting till nightfall, just go sneak back into the farm now, and I'll send somebody back to pick you up within the next hour, the next click." And he points at the sun. He goes, "By the time the sun is at the highest point, somebody will be here picking you up."
He says, "Okay."
So that way you don't have to be here all day waiting.
So that sounds good.
He says, "All right, be safe." And the rest of you load up into the rickshaw, and you fly away. And leaving Agargus behind, standing there just waving by.
Oh, that's it. Sadly waving.
You, Quill. You stand there and you take in the words of Saint Cuthbert as he says these things to you. And you realize that even though you're in your memory, that it is not most of this, what you experienced, was a memory, but at this moment, here and now, you are dealing with Saint Cuthbert. Not just your memory of it, but actually Saint Cuthbert. And he says, "There is no more time to waste." He says, "If you are going to be a champion, you have to get this thing out of your head." He goes,
Okay.
this here is the deepest reaches of your mind. He says, this is where it will be. In this place, here and now. And you see the portal still open, right?
Yeah.
He says, he's going to take you to the most dangerous place he could have.
All right. That sounds fun.
He says, good luck to you. Or if you fail here, my is gone. Let me take you over to the sidebar real quick and remind you of some things.
Okay.
Because the memory is going to be yours and yours alone to share with the rest of the party.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so hop on over. So as a quick refresher, because this was about a year ago when this plot first got introduced, this was when the party was stranded on the boat about to be destroyed by a Titan. One of the forgotten ones, right? And you made that deal with St. Cuthbert to become his a conduit for his power.
Yeah.
And the difference between him and becoming like the totem of Fenrir is the fact that you and Fenrir became like a one soul kind of being, right? Where you don't have your separate personalities, you're just one mind now, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is different. St. Cuthbert gave you the remainder of his power to use. And now that this has all come back to you, you now know why your sword has changed. Why it's capable of smiting the way that it is, right? Because in essence, your sword is it went from basically from being Eros to being St. Cuthbert. Like, it all makes sense now why Eros quit trying to control you, you know? Because St. Cuthbert possessed the sword as well, and St. Cuthbert is probably 10 times stronger than Eros. So you can't be for sure what happened to Eros at this point. You know what I'm saying? You know, but you know that St. Cuthbert now exists in your sword. You know what I'm saying? You are basically the representation of retribution now. Like, everything that you've been striving for, there has truly been a god out there for that, and that was St. Cuthbert. Retribution, you know what I mean? You are judged and tried upon your deeds, and you know what I'm saying? That was always his thing. But and I'm not necessarily saying like now you're converted or that makes you a convert or whatever, you know what I mean? That's not what I'm saying at all, because I mean, technically you could also look at it as, well, if you're the god of retribution, how come you haven't been delivering retribution upon these other gods? You know what I'm saying? That's all up to you to decipher, to figure out, and this and that, right? Yeah. All I'm reminding you of is that you are now basically the representation of retribution. Because St. Cuthbert told you, like, his power is almost spent. He didn't tell you why. If you remember correctly, he said, I can't tell you why. I'm not allowed to. But something has happened to the gods. And we're fading. You know what I mean? So in a, I guess you could say a last ditch attempt to basically be retribution, St. Cuthbert has given you that piece of himself in Iron Eros, as it's now, like, you know what I'm saying? as it's now looking.
Yeah.
And you now remember all this. And so, yeah, but it was locked away in your mind. It was like a door you could not go through. And you now realize that this door is open for you, and you're allowed to remember, because even St. Cuthbert is aware that if he doesn't let you remember this here and now, this jade worm is probably going to kill you. You know what I mean? So,
I got you.
yeah, so here you are in this situation, standing here before St. Cuthbert with this going on. We can jump back over there now, because I'm not going to say anything that, will tell the party any more than they need to know. Like I said, that's up to you, Quill, and how he wants to tell, if he even wants to tell the party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's basically like where he... Right, because they were talking about like him basically becoming like St. Cuthbert's like right hand, basically.
Yeah, you are basically the right. You are the retribution. You are his retribution, because he no longer has the power to just deal it out whenever he sees fit. He now needs to rely on you to carry that, And even though you technically are limited, you don't have the powers of a god per se. You do have a god hand of a sort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like the Infinity Gauntlet or anything like that, but it is your sword has definitely become a powerful relic of a sense.
I got you.
All right.
All right.
All right. And we're back. All right. So, yeah. So now, you, Quill, you stand there before St. Cuthbert, and you realize that in your hand, you're now holding your sword, as if he's given it to you. You know what I mean? You have a memory of the sword. You know what this sword is, and you know what it does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And St. Cuthbert has left the portal open for you. I guess the question I have now is there anything you want to say to St. Cuthbert before, moving along? Because the only exit out now is through the portal,
Yeah. What would he say to him? Yeah, he'd just be like, so that's well, ain't that something? He just kind of chuckles and he's like, so I guess I'll see you around.
He goes, probably not.
He looks at the sword and he's like, I mean, maybe not as you are now.
Nor will
And
I.
He kind of just chuckles and he looks at the sword, kind of like raises it, kind of to him, and he's like,
He goes, yes. He's like, be judgment. Says,
sounds good.
I had it intended for you to find out this way. He goes, but the situation has forced my hand. He goes, we shall not see each other ever again. But I go with you. Always.
Fair enough.
With that, you watch as St. Cuthbert slowly, like, starting at the tips of his toes, and then working its way up his feet, his ankles, his calves, his knees, his thighs, his torso, his midriff, his torso, his chest, up onto his shoulders, down his arms to his fingertips, up his face. He just slowly turns to stone right in front of your eyes. And then he starts to crack and break apart. Like chunks of him, big chunks of him just start to fall off because he was massive in this meeting. You know, he appeared to you in a large form, you know, a colossal form, as it were, bigger than any dragon you've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Like big, and just massive chunks of his stone structure just begins to break off, and then hit the ground as he begins to break apart. And then you feel everything shake once more as he just begins to crumble into a heap of stone. And despite the way that you feel about the gods, you can't help but realize what you just witnessed. You Quill, have witnessed the death of a god.
Fair enough.
Oh fuck.
As this place begins to crumble. Yeah. So, I take it you go through the portal then?
Yeah, he's just like, well, shit. That's one hell of an exit. And he kind of chuckles to himself and, you know, pats the sword and just like, well, I guess we need to get to it.
You go through the portal and one thing leads to another, right? One thing leads to another. Do what you say. Okay, anyways, I'm sorry, that song. Anyways, you go through the portal and yeah, right, it's a banger, right? So you go through the portal and yeah, one thing leads to another. It's like because these memories are so closely tied to each other, it's easy for you to transition to a memory that's so close. And you remember this because as you watch a static image of yourself, memory of yourself, come floating through that portal, all aglow in celestial light, as the portal you just came through closes behind you, and you are standing on a ship with Android, Elsa, Ek, and what was his name? Oh no.
Oh no, Tack was already gone by the time Ek was there.
The elfin gentleman, Lafali was his last name.
Yarman.
Yeah, Yarman. As you're standing there, no, it wasn't even.
To say Yarn.
No, it wasn't even Yarman. It was the cleric.
Oh,
Otis?
No, the one who
one.
I know
What
how to
was
look it
his
up.
name?
I know what it. I know how to look up his name real quick. I hate getting stuck in these names like this, but it was Android, Elsa.
Baby mama.
Yeah, it was Android, Elsa, Ekbalam, and I want to say his name was like Bone Mender or something like that, but it's Sonrek.
That's right.
Bone
Son.
Setter. Yeah. It was the first time you guys had met Sonrek and Ek, actually. And you were on this boat that was getting attacked by Sahugan. And and the giant Titan appeared in the waters, and you guys were fighting him with harpoons, and you were gonna die. And you remember now, floating through there after agreeing to St.
And
Cuthbert.
everyone,
To St. Yeah.
"Ah!"
To St. Cuthbert's terms. And you opened up a portal for them to escape as the ship was
Yeah,
demolished completely. Killing.
Because I think the main reason that Uquil accepted it was because, like, wasn't there like a strong emphasis on what he could become?
The retribution.
Was the yeah. Well, the not just the hand, but
Well, and that was the thing. Like, he never actually said you become his right hand. He just said you want retribution. Like, he explained to
Yeah.
you that he knew your life and he knew what your reasonings were. And he said, you want retribution. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he said, "I got you.
Mhm.
You can't."
Yeah.
Uquil's kind of like, "What does that mean, guy?" And he's like, "Well, stuff." Well,
Yeah,
shit.
he didn't. Yeah, and now you grasp the full picture, and there was a reason why he made you forget then, and even now you only know, like he said, you only know now because his hand was forced, but you know he had no other choice, and so
There was no other way.
now he's done. You've watched St. Cuthbert take his last breath, basically. And you watch this memory take place and you realize this is what happened. Like, I did this, you know, as you watch as the but you watch in the memory the portal open up and everybody go inside, and then you float in there and the portal shut, and then everything becomes static because you weren't actually there for the boat to be destroyed. You have no idea what that would have looked like. Everything is just static imagery now with this giant titan just looming over your head. And you look and you see something. You see the titan slowly begin to morph into this ethereal looking jade worm. And you realize, oh, this is the spot. This is where I need to be. And almost like out of the reality itself, you see the avatar of the jade worm. Once again, you see this green, demon-like man approach you. Only now he's not alone. He's got Zanye with him and a sword to her throat. And he comes stepping forward with her. And he doesn't say anything. The worm speaks above your head. It says, "Surrender, or I will kill her here and now. You cannot defeat me. If she dies here, she will die in real life. Or at least her mind will. She will be a vegetable for all times as her consciousness has been shattered. It would be better for you to kill her mortal coil than subject her to an eternity as a vegetable. Wouldn't you say?"
Let's agree to disagree.
When you say that, Zanye kind of goes, "Ah." Like, well, okay, but you're not wrong. She's like, he can't kill me anyways. I'm the only amount of leverage he has. Says, "Don't be foolish,
I
child.
was like, figures much.
I very well can kill you." And you feel, and you watch as everything shifts. And what you see now is you're no longer standing on this boat. you see this giant glowing sphere, and it is just sitting there, slowly wanting to turn, but it has been halted by the jade worm wrapping its entire body around it. He's been working it. You see as he's been working it, trying to break through. And you realize he just has. Zanye's standing there and with the avatar with the sword to her throat. And that's it. You are in this dark room. Just the sphere that's glowing, the jade worm, the avatar and Zanye, and yourself. You realize this is it. That sphere is the manifestation of your consciousness. You, Quill, what do you choose to do?
Well, we're definitely not going to just walk away without some sort of fight. She said we got to like destroy it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's there he be. So yeah, Yuquil's gonna do what he does best. He's gonna try to cast punch at it at some point.
At which
He
one?
knows one way and one way only.
The avatar or the worm? The actual worm.
Oh, the worm. For sure, the worm. The worm.
Okay.
The wormity worm.
Roll me an attack.
Well, actually, what he would probably do is whatchamacallit? Let me think. So he can see the actual worm itself.
Yeah, he can see all of it, yes. He can see the worm, he can see his consciousness, he can see the worm wrapped around this globe that is representing your consciousness. And these are not small. They are gargantuan in size. The globe and the worm itself. You know what I mean? And you can see the worm's been sucking on this orb, trying to break its, defenses. And it's beginning to crack all over, and chunks of it are beginning to fly off, but they don't just fly off and hit the ground. Every chunk that flies off, it looks like it's in suspended animation like space. It just floats off. And you realize it has broken through your defenses. Like, this is your final stand. If you don't kill it now, it's, going to eat your mind.
Yeah.
For a lack of a better euphemism. But it hasn't broken through completely yet. Just chunks are starting to fly off.
Yeah. Shit, what would I do? What do I want to do there? I don't know.
You have until T-minus 10, 9. No.
So I can see the worm and the avatar. They're not close to one another, I'm assuming?
No, they're not. I mean,
And could I?
it's a relative thing, right? Because they're so large, they kind of take up this space anyways. But like they're not like side by side per se.
So could I hit it with my breath weapon? Actually, yeah, no, I would just charge the worm with my sword after everything.
Okay, I was gonna say, you can try.
Yeah, that's basically what he would do.
All right, roll me an attack.
Ew, that was not good.
All right, so you come charging up at the worm, and you go to strike it, and it is so large that it's really hard to miss it, right? And the second you
Yeah.
strike its body, you feel the power course through the sword. You know what I mean? As it hits that worm, and
Yeah.
the worm stops for a minute and screeches. He says, "Fool! Now she will die." I'm gonna have you roll your damage here in a minute, but a few things happen after that. The second it says that, Zanye freaking quickly elbows this dude. You know what I mean? Like she's just been waiting. She elbows the avatar, pushing him back from cutting her, and she runs over to you, Quill, and she says, "I am gonna be no help to you in this fight." She's like, "Survive." She says, "I'm so sorry," and she leans in and whole mouth kisses you. I mean, just boom, like kisses you. And the second she does that, it blinks her out of your consciousness.
Fair enough.
You're just kind of like, it's almost like you inhaled her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go ahead now and roll the damage.
Let's look. How much?
34. Let me. What the heck? That's not what I meant to do. Hold on. Haha. That's not gonna. Cool. Since I just whooped your. Alright, so you strike that that worm, right? And then Zanye escapes and everything, and it screeches in pain, and then it bursts a little bit, shoving you back a couple of steps. Like, you know, you can't really help avoid that. It doesn't hurt you, it's just kind of like a strong wind that causes you to slide back a little bit, you know what I mean? Putting some distance between you and it. And then the avatar jumps between you and the worm, and he says, "You can't hurt me in this form. I'm going to destroy you. And you will watch as I devour your mind." Go ahead and roll me a will.
Is that a will?
A will save. You feel this doubt begin to like creep into you, right? Like you cannot you almost can't help it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You don't want to feel this way. You want to rage against it, but you know him to be telling you the truth. Zhang Ye even told you this. You see what I'm saying? That, because, I mean, you could have really rolled higher than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to be
yeah.
fair, yeah.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
Like I knew
you-
the second I saw the number, I'm like, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. You feel this and you realize, I can't get past him. She told me herself that this is just his avatar. It's, you know, I have to actually hit the worm. He's not going to let me by. You know? Like, am I really going to, you know, all this doubt seems to fill your mind when you feel a hand touch your shoulder. And you hear a voice in your head. Or you hear this voice, and when you turn around, you know, you can't be for sure who's standing there. You know, it's almost like the shade of something, you know? It's just the silhouette of someone. And you hear a voice say, "Don't be afraid." And you feel the strength in the sword. And for whatever reason, you realize this sword, maybe I can't hurt him, right? Like, maybe, you know what I mean? But this sword isn't a part of my consciousness. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This sword, the sword isn't a memory. I need
got
you, yeah. I need you to roll initiative. An initiative. We're going to go ahead and resolve this here and now.
Okay.
Word.
Yeah, word. Oh my god.
My token, so
Oh, just roll it
Oh,
off
that's
your
hard way, I
just
guess.
roll it off your sheet. Yeah, just roll it off your sheet. Just hit the little initiative button on your sheet. Cuz we're not really doing tokens a whole lot anymore. Unless we're doing like really major battles with like real involved, you know what I'm saying? We're not going to really do, you know what I'm
well,
saying?
it won't
I'm
let you do it the hard way.
Oh, just say we're gonna resolve some things. It won't let you roll it off your character sheet.
Not saying something's wrong.
Selected.
Are you serious? Hold on. No, because I want it to show up on the turn order, and I don't want to have to add you like that. So this is what we'll do. That's dumb. That's really dumb that they have it set up like that. Here, there's your token.
He's got. All right.
Because it should be tied, the initiative should be tied into your character anyways. I mean, I kind of understand why it's like that, but I don't at the same time.
Yeah, it is kind of stupid, but I get it to a degree. Like you said, it's
It's one of
dumb.
the, because you tie your character sheet into your token, so I understand why, but like beyond that, you should be able to just roll it without having to select the token, right? So like, I guess you
Well,
can
I think
just.
it's because it doesn't give like you what you call it. Like we're not physically on the board, quote unquote, is what it's trying to say.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah, and I have a workaround that I'm gonna take care of with that, because again, we're not gonna do like tokens constantly anymore. You know what I mean? Because there's no real point in it, because I make these like and it's not, I'm not complaining or anything, but I'll make like these battle maps and stuff, and we'll only really use a tiny portion of it. You know what I'm saying? And like, there ain't no real, you know, and unless the battle is just this massive battle with a lot going on or something, I just don't see the point in it. Like when you guys fought the one guys and it was blowing up the bridge, the platform you guys were standing on when you guys were in the alcove in the underworld, that made sense to have a map behind that because there was a lot to that fight, right? But
Yeah.
I could make this grand old library that you guys get into a fight in, and you may never even go to the bookshelf. So what's you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like, plus I'm revamping the fighting system anyway to kind of get away from like core D&D rules, since I don't really agree with Wizards' business model right now. And so I'm like, well, we'll keep D&D, but we're going to kind of get away from the way they do things a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just another one of the DMs who's raging against the machine because you don't have people kick down the doors of players and question them about, you know, if they're making money off of a free mechanic, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? Like, we're not doing that. Yeah. What is this? The Gestapo? Yeah. And I know this is kind of old news for a lot of people out there listening, but I mean, we're still pretty salty about it. Henceforth, why Critical Role turned around and just made their own kind of game and showcased it on their show. Why do you think they did that? Because they were worried that they were going to get sued for playing D&D and making money. And they're not trying to lose 90% of their earnings, their total profits, for making your game, or Wizards of the Coast's game, and Hasbro now, you know, their game popular, for crying out loud. Oh, Gary Gygax would be rolling in his grave. Anyways, I'm done with my rant, jumping off my soapbox. Let's play some D&D, y'all. You know, with that 11.1, you still beat me in initiative. I'm just gonna,
Nice.
I'm just gonna throw that out there. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna throw that out there to let you know you still won. I literally rolled an 8.
Nice.
Yeah. So, take a bow, sir. Shoot. Yeah, that's weird. I guess, yeah, that makes sense, because I didn't even make a token for this. You gotta have tokens a little bit. It's just kind of the way Roll20's...
Just a smidge.
Yeah, it's kind of the way Roll20's just set up. However, I do have a token I can add to that, so we're gonna do this. I do have a token that I can use. Yep. That's all right though. We just do it this way. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. All right, so the way this is going to work is you have exactly it is going to continue to try and break through your cabeza, right? The worm is. You are going to fight the avatar. Every round you're going to go, the avatar is going to go, and then the worm is going to continue to try and break through your deal. You have exactly...
Oh shit, oh fuck.
Huh. What?
Oh, yeah.
You have exactly.
Oh yeah, you have exactly
I
8...
hate time limits in games.
Yeah, you have exactly 8 rounds to get through the avatar before it breaks through, and then it. Now that ain't gonna beat you automatically, but it will start doing damage. The worm will start doing damage after that, right? And should the worm start doing damage to you, we'll get into that, the mechanics of that later. Oh, yeah, yes, quite. That will have a different effect in a sorts. Okay? Sure. But you won initiative, so you get to go first.
So I'm already like at the worm though, right?
No, you've been pushed back from the worm. In between you and the worm now is the avatar. And you're probably about like 25 feet away from the avatar. And from him, the worm itself is probably like another 30 feet away from him. You see what I'm saying? So 25 plus 30, that's 3, 4, 5. 35 feet the worm is from your position now.
You're so lucky that I forgot. My screen so I can fucking have what I need to do. Doing math when you're clicking off of one screen onto another one is kind of a pain in the ass. Just so you know. Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, that, and then I need to have Eros up and other shit up as well. So it's like I have to turn them all into mini fucking screens so I can see what I'm doing. That's what I thought. Okay. So fucking lucky.
Am I? Am I though?
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
I haven't used this. I haven't used this in a while. But why not? It's been a while, okay? Just don't hate me for what I'm about to do, okay? I'm calling a coup.
Don't hate me. Okay, fair enough.
Nice.
Fair enough. The coup is fine. The coup is fine. Yes, I will accept that. Go for it.
You know I use those in rare occasions. I'm not a troll. All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. Ah, it has let me down a few. That's what I'll call it. It never seems to work.
Yeah.
I remember, there was like a whole session I called the coup, never got one.
Yeah, I know.
So I think that's why you're like, your luck sucks, guy.
Well, like, here's the thing. Like, we had to talk about it. We had to tweak that a little bit. It's like you can really only call one against like one enemy one time during the encounter, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Type of thing. And I decided a long time ago that if he calls a coup and rolls a natural, like a natural one, I am gonna wreck him with it. So it's like I have my little ways of just being like, if you're gonna troll it, I'm going to. But you've never really trolled it per se. I tweaked that mechanic, like, because that seemed really OP that the freaking Slayer could just call a coup. But normal rules for 3.5 is you can call a coup once per battle. Instead, I changed it to you can call a coup multiple times in battle. You can just call it only against one opponent. The entire, you know what I'm saying? And if you fail, that's it. You know what I mean? But that you can turn to the next opponent and say, well, I'm calling a coup on him and try it then. You know what I mean? Regardless. Yeah. So that's how I tweaked that. Like, you're allowed to call a coup multiple times in battle. It just has to be against a different opponent each time. And if you roll a 1, I'm gonna hurt you good. Hurt you real good with that, right? Because if you call a coup and roll a natural 1, I mean, right? Am I wrong? Right?
Yeah,
Like, I don't think I'm being unfair. But that's still a hit. A 27 still a hit.
Okay. Base is what again? Oh, that's now it's at 15 off. Okay. Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good damage. And that is your first attack.
Yep. How much am I getting?
Bum, bum, ba-na, na, 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 na. I don't know why I'm singing the Mission Impossible song.
I don't either.
That doesn't seem like
Ooh,
that doesn't seem like
it's
that
so
would do it.
close. Oh, you're so close to getting credit, you piece of shit. Hold on. Is Eros? I can't remember. Hold on, I'm looking into something. 1 second.
Well, his dynamics have changed. Yeah. So keep that in mind.
But it doesn't matter. That was part of a weapon. What you would call it? For the up
The Slayer.
critical.
Yeah. Ba-na-na, na-na-na. Na-na.
Scroll, you piece of shit.
How many attacks does Quill have again? Forgot.
1 second.
Oh, I'll look.
32.
Yeah, 32 attacks.
Yeah.
He's got 32 attacks. All of them are capable of critting. Actually, that's true. You could have like 2 attacks and both of them would be capable of critting. Like, you're always capable of critting. Right? Like, that's not.
Was Eros originally considered? It was a mercurial greatsword, right? And we went off of the crit range of that, right?
I thought your crit worked like 19 through 20 as a crit. Right?
Yeah, that's why I was making sure it wasn't 18s. I remember I had it. I thought I picked up another one, but I guess I didn't. So yeah, still close. Still close. Okay.
Yeah, you got 3 attacks, by the way. I double checked. Oh no, you got 4 attacks.
Sure, it's not.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
sure it's not 4? And like, I just looked at my character sheet real quick. It's like, that doesn't sound right.
Dude, what? Yeah, nah, it's 4. I'm tripping. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at your grapple.
Yeah, that's right. No. Yes, that is. Oh no. Okay. So yeah, I'm right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're stupid.
Okay. So you strike him, like you hit him once real good, just wow, right across him, and he like takes the blow and realizes, ow! And then you come in for your second strike and strike him right on his head. And when you do that, he like toughens up a little bit, and you watch as that strike bounces right off of him, doing no damage. He looks at you and laughs, and he says, "You've got tricks. You can hurt me in this form. Well, boy, I've got tricks too." Swings his sword and then makes a stance like he's ready. He's ready for you to come at him some more.
Yeesh.
That's some more of that DM bull.
Mhm.
That's some more of that DM bullish.
I'm imagining that one was a miss.
An 18 is a miss. But that's not. 30 is a smack. Smackaroo. For 18 points of damage. Damage. So you swing at him and he parries. And then you swing at him again and catch him in his arm. And that one cuts in and he's like, ooh. He becomes angry. And now it's his turn to attack. So he comes in. Swinging at you. And that's a 32 to hit. Does that hit?
Yeah.
All right. For 18 points of damage.
It's only. Oh fuck! I need to notate how much that is.
Oh, that's right, because you got some kind of reduction, don't you? Don't you?
Yeah, I have. It's just physical damage reduction 1. Yeah, I believe.
For like 3, ain't it?
No, it's just 1 because I don't have my shield up yet.
Oh, just 1? Okay. So 17
Yeah.
points of damage.
Just yeah, but naturally I just automatically have 1 like guaranteed, and then after that I can up it due to the aura. You said 17?
Yep, 17. He's taking his second attack. And that's 39 to hit. Well, I imagine if 32 hits you,
Yes.
then 39 hits you, right? Okay.
Usually.
Usually. Math. Woo! Math. A little higher this time to make this interesting, huh, bud? Can you do that for me? Just a little bit? Okay, so that would be... You said you got a damage reduction of 1, right?
Yes.
So that's 28 to hit. So he just boom, boom, cuts you across your chest twice. And you feel it. And you're just like, oh, shoot. Like, he's breaking through your barriers. You don't have, like, the natural armor that you know what I mean? Like, here you
Okay,
are...
said 17 or what?
17 and 29. By my calculations, you should be like at 131 health.
17 and 29?
Mm-hmm. Well, 17 and 28. My mistake, because of the 1 damage
Oh,
reduction.
yeah.
Yeah.
133 is what I show.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go with... Well, what is your health normally?
178.
Oh, I have you down.
Yeah.
I have you down wrong. Okay.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah, I have you at 176. Okay.
I don't know why.
I don't know why either. So we'll recalculate this for my recordings here. 17 and 28. 133. 133 it is, old son. All right, he's going for his third attack and final attack. And is 27 a hit.
Yes, unfortunately.
27's a hit.
Yep.
I thought you had
That's
way
my
more.
AC.
I thought you had more armor than that.
Not at the moment.
No? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's rough because that's not a high roll he gets right there. That 27 is kind of high for what he just rolled, so not bad. That third attack is not that high, so that's interesting. Okay, cool. That's gonna make him a
It's
little.
my nose, unless I have
Yeah.
unless I have something wrong on my sheet, but I don't think I do. Throw open. you piece
Well,
of
I mean,
shit.
I have your AC on your token. I just wasn't looking at it. See, yeah,
Yeah, you have it set for 30. Why is it? Why do I show lower?
yeah, I have your token set for 30.
You might be right.
You guys got to keep up with your character sheets, man, because I base these tokens off of what I see off of your character sheet. So if you guys change something or fiddle with something and it changes something altogether, I don't know that, right? I mean, as the DM, I should be looking at your character sheets a lot more often, but that's a little intrusive, don't you think? I feel like this far in our relationship, I should be able to
Oh.
trust you all. So why, did we figure that out or do I just do the damage?
Hold on, I'm trying to see why it's off so much. There's the totem. No, I have, with everything calculated the way it should be, it shows 28.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to put 28 as your AC for now. It could be because you switched
Because-
armor for a while there too. Did
Yeah,
you,
well,
did you
yeah,
change your
well,
stuff
for-
up? Because
for-
I'm sorry?
Well, Fenrir's Scales only has a +3 to the AC, but it comes with resistances and damage reduction. Actually, which would be helping me a lot because I didn't read this yet again. Because I don't have it in my side notes. It's under my actual armor class AC. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I need to put that on my main tab. Get a plus. It's a 10 damage reduction due to it. I need to put that in my fucking notes at the top.
Okay, well, I'm going to roll with what we've done so far, right?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Continue with, like, I'll take what I take because that, again, that's on me.
Yeah. But what
Um,
would your AC be then? 28, right?
Yeah, it's 28 because I have the
So a 27 is still a miss.
yeah, it's a miss. Yeah.
Okay, so he misses you on that last one. And we'll just leave you to figure all the rest of that out later, you know what I mean, and figure out where the Namfoodle came in. You know what I'm saying? But at some point in time, I
It's
know
been-
I
it's
saw
been a
you
while.
had 30, and I think that because you got a boost and it just hadn't changed
Yeah, I
yet.
think as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's because I remember it was never super high, but it was like this sounds about right, like 27, 28, right in that ballpark sounds where I used to be. But a lot of times I'd get like what was it, the buffs and shit from like Otis and shit, or even Android there for a little bit was like buffing me and was giving me like higher
Mm-hmm.
shit. So
Well, we're this is a pretty good match right now. This not too
let's
far
like and I'm
not too far off from
on
each
my
other
character
in
sheet.
what they do. So
yeah, on
Yeah.
my character sheet I typically have it and I'm not saying I didn't this time, it's just like I said, I didn't have that portion of it open. But I have, that's why I say give me a second. It's like, if I show you all my character sheet and all the shit I have to look through just to see what the fuck I do and don't have. It's
Right.
obnoxious.
well,
So yeah.
yeah, well, he hits you twice and then he takes a swing for the third time and completely whiffs that one. You know what I mean? Just poof.
Yeah.
Like you're able to parry him away. Like, okay, it just got real. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, this dude's not some conjurer of cheap tricks. And we move into the next round, and you feel things rumble again as more pieces of the shell of your consciousness break off the sphere and float away into the nothingness.
So let me make sure I heard this correctly. He said, the avatar said, I can't hurt him like this. Me, myself, I can't hurt him. The worm, I proved that he can just get damaged, period, if I get to him.
If
No
you
matter
get
whether
to
it's me or
him,
Eros.
if you get to him, you can hurt him. But what you're finding out right now is that you can actually hurt the avatar. You didn't think you could,
Oh.
and before you couldn't because you didn't have the sword then. But when you talked to Saint Cuthbert in his dying breath, he gave you the sword and said, "Step through and
Well,
save yourself."
what I'm about to do is the one thing that I never really do. So he's directly between me and the actual work.
Yeah,
Right?
the worm would be. Let's see. I said the worm is like 30 feet behind
Is he
him,
within
so
100
he'd
feet?
be. Well, okay, so he was 25 feet from you, right? You were 25 feet from the avatar, and then behind the avatar, the worm was 35 feet. So that was basically all together, that would have been 3, 4, 5, 55 feet away. The worm was, but since you've closed the gap and now he's technically 5 feet away from you, he'd be, what is that? 35 feet away from you, technically. Now, the worm would be. Because if he was 30, yeah, because he
Well-
was 30 feet, you see what I'm saying? You just got that extra 5, making him 35, and from the avatar, the worm is 30. See what I'm saying? You just got an extra
You
5
know-
feet
well,
tacked
okay.
on.
There you go. That's at the worm.
What is that? Is
The
that
one
your,
ability I rarely use.
is that your acid breath?
The one I say for a rainy fucking day all the time.
Okay,
Yes,
so all right, so don't be mad,
I'm not.
but
I say fuck it.
you find out that certain abilities that you have in the waking world, you don't have inside your consciousness. Certain things
So
are
one way to find out.
not being afforded to you. Like, you try to spit that acid breath and you realize, oh, yeah, like it's not really working for you. Yeah, because you're technically not in the real world. You're just inside your own head, right? In a way, you could look at it as you're kind of fighting yourself in a sense, because the worm is a part of your consciousness, if that makes any sense. And so supernatural abilities are not going to work here. Again, the only reason why you have a sword that is working here is because it was given to you directly by a god who can kind of break reality when they want to. You see what I'm saying? And so he broke reality
Does
to...
that cost me my...
No, I'm not gonna hold that against you at all, because you had to find out. You see what I'm saying?
All right.
I've been waiting for
I
you
try
to...
activate.
Yeah. Again, nothing.
I try to activate my power, my totem. Nothing.
The totem? What totem? Are you talking about your,
The aura.
your auras?
Auras. Yeah.
Nothing. No. Well, you know what? That I will allow. Because technically Fenrir is kind of like a part of you. You know, it's not just your consciousness he's attacking in that sense. And so I will allow the auras. You know, even though the breath weapon is one thing, right? That's more of a physical blah blah blah. The auras, that's kind of a whole different ball game altogether, right? Like, consider this a gift of Fenrir in a sense, right? Like, Saint Cuthbert gave you the sword. Fenrir's like, well, here, use the auras, man, because if you die, I'm dead, type of thing, right? Like, we can't use the breath weapons, yeah, technically, because that's an actual living, breathing, organic thing, and we're not in the we're not organic right now. But, however, you know, my soul is your soul, so boom, yeah, I can let that one slide. In my mind, I can justify that one.
26 joy or no joy?
Huh?
26 hit?
Well, what aura did you pop off, by the way?
Oh, power.
Power?
Yeah, it adds damage to my melee.
Yeah, 26 to hit. That is a hit. You just hit him. Yeah, I did. I took all of it. I took all of it. I wasn't effing around.
Well, my base attack, that's the most I could take. So basically, I just swung with my modifier alone. You know, the +5.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got to factor that in, plus the other shit. Plus that's 20, plus 5, plus 3, so that's 28. Okay. Get all that in there.
Ooh, 28. Look
Yeah.
at you. Big boy.
Oh, and of course the dice would let me know.
34 is not terrible, though. That's not terrible damage. Yeah, so, when, you know, after he whiffs at you, you stand back and you try to do your acid breath and nothing happens, and the avatar just laughs at you. He's like, fool, do you think the things that apply in the waking world apply here? You're in my world. And you stand there for a minute, and then suddenly the projection, if you will, the manifestation of Fenrir's soul that is conjoined with your own, he comes out of the darkness. Full dragon mode, but like I want you to think of it more as spiritual than you know, tangible, as it were, you know? And he comes flying in, and as he comes closer, he seems to shrink till he's about the size of you as he wraps his arms around you, like his wings, and engulfs you. But it's all see-through. Like it doesn't cover you completely. Like you're still visible completely as this spirit basically wraps itself around you. And wow, you pop off your aura, and you realize, okay, can't do that, but I can do my, you know, I can do this because me and Fenrir are one, and it's not just my mind now, it's his mind too, you know? And
Yeah.
the avatar looks at you and he's like, fool! And you come in and you swing, and when you swing and clash against him, he hardens up his arm and boom, bounces your strike off of him, doing no damage. And he's like, your tricks won't last forever. I am going to break through and destroy you. He's like, count it, boy. 84. 84 victims under my belt. I have devoured 84 lives. I will make it 85. Go for your second attack.
Well, it was nice playing with you guys. I'll see you next time.
I've got a few tricks with this guy to make him somewhat dangerous, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't ever make a fight that you can't win, right? Would I do that to you?
Oh, well, after what I just rolled, I can't win that.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I was looking at the Discord. Well, he says that to you, and you know, it takes you back because that was a hard swing you just made that he shrugged off. And so you wildly swing and he boom, cuts across your chest. Boom. Doing... you said you got 10 points of damage reduction, right?
Well, 11 technically because of my own personal plus Fenrir's is 10, so it's 11.
So it's 11. Okay, well then he did oh, wow. So he does 9 points of damage with all that. Might have taken it too easy on you, maybe. He's like, ha ha ha. But that does end your turn, and he goes for his attacks. Oh my freaking gosh. You got it. Okay, well, that's cool. That's a neat thing. That's how that works, huh? So, all right. So that is 2 natural ones in a row. And the dice are just like, yeah, let's make this fun. All right, well, I'm going to make this interesting. You get 1 free shot, right? To like do damage to him because now, you know what I'm saying? This is starting to feel like that one fight you got into where it came down to like the wire where the next guy who got the hit was going to wreck the next guy. You know what I mean? You remember that fight? When you took on Sloan and his wolf? So go ahead and yeah, he cuts you across your chest doing his 9 points of damage, and he's like, ha, and he tries to take advantage of it and kind of skewer you through. And how do you punish him for that? For not taking you seriously. Don't do anything too wild, but do something that's gonna be able to, you know, roll your damage, as it were. Like, I poke out his eye. It's like, no, you don't.
No, I'd seem like parry it and then just like go back for a slash across him. You know what I mean? Just like a deft parry off to like, let's say, like you said, he tried to like stab me in the gut, so he'd like parry it to his left and then just carry the momentum through and do like the good old just cut across the gut as he's coming back through.
Okay. Yeah. Like that causes him to charge forward and you just cut him. Yeah, you parry it and then kind of backhand and cut him across his gut just with a spin, and it sets him back. He's like, oh god. And to further flavor that text, you know, that text, you know, it causes him to just like kind of and bleed his own blood. Like the worm, you watch its entire body just kind of twitch strangely.
All right, I'm gonna need you to give me like 15 minutes, give or take.
15 minutes? What are you talking about? Oh, nope.
Oh, nature, bro.
Okay, fair enough. You rolled 21, not 12. Jesus. Yeah, go.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right. Is anybody still awake within the Discord? You all still with us, or did we lose everybody? Everybody fall asleep? I feel
I'm
like...
still here.
Oh, you still here? Okay.
What?
Oh, Ness is still here too.
How dare you doubt us?
Did Cassid?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. I just.
No, she died.
She fall out? I'm gonna pause the recording. And we're back. Sorry about that brief break. Here we go. We all took a bathroom break, kind of stretched our legs, and we're going to push on for the final bit of this session as we finish this fight. All right, so you you slashed him for 21. Oh, I still haven't taken that off. Okay, there we go. Holy crap, that is wild. Well, I don't really want to say, but I'm gonna say it anyways because I have to say it, and I don't care. This is giving away some DM secrets, but literally after that that 21, you and him are the same hit points. Yeah. And I believe him rolling that natural 1 literally ended his turn, which really it's kind of disappointing. I was hoping to have you hurting a little bit more than that before this, but here we go. Moving into the next round, again, the worm begins to rattle your consciousness's cage and more pieces break off. As we begin the 6th round. So, yeah. Here we go. And it's your turn. $19 is a miss.
That is it.
Ooh,
How's that even possible?
I don't know. Because you rolled 2 different things also.
If I know a way to get there one way or another.
29's a hit. 29's a hit. That's a solid hit right there. For 27 points of damage.
Nope.
And he deflects that too. No, I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that just be like, oh my gosh.
That's give us the guy. That's
Take it away. Right now, they just gave you a natural 20.
unfortunately on the weakest attack, but I'll take it right now.
What is that multiplier?
I'm 6.
Times 6. Just roll your natural damage. I'll multiply it.
Yeah.
Don't try to
That's
configure
unfortunate.
that up on the deal because it doesn't seem to do it right.
Yeah, it doesn't like it.
Yeah. So 22 times 6 is 130. Golly. Okay, well.
Well, I know there's a way to do it, but you've got to put in like the exactly right formula, and I don't feel like fucking figuring it out.
Well, that put him in negative 35.
Nice.
Nuts. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. All right, how do you do it? How do you want to end this?
Let's see. So it went. I fucked up. He smacked me. He fucks up. I cut him, and then I was back on the attack. So I want to say after I spun out of the.
And you missed twice with
Yeah.
after all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I cut him, and then I kind of like tried to come around and follow through on the spin, and missed and stopped my momentum too fast, and tried to slash again. And like just both of them were just like shitty attempts. And then like on the third one, you know, he just kind of fucking recenters himself, and then like makes sure to hit. And that's why it wasn't as strong. He's aiming more than he is trying to hit for power, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so that one was like a downwards diagonal cut. And then on this one, he just reverses his momentum and then just stabs like into his like lower diaphragm area, you know, like he's like, fucking, I'm going for it. And just, he's going to try to like jab up through his fucking diaphragm into his head, basically.
Mm-hmm. So you stuck him right through his face. Basically, yeah. So it's just a series of misses and parries, and then at the end, he basically, with your clever maneuvering, he kind of overreaches trying to stab at you. He like lunges forward, and you outmaneuver him, and then just take Iron Eros and just straight through his face and just stick it right through. And he stops. And his body goes limp and he drops his sword. And then his whole, because he's made out of jade technically, you know what I mean? He's like a manifestation. So his body begins to crack as light begins to peek through the cracks of his body. And he's just like, and you realize, oh, I don't think he's gonna stop. And you're trying to like pull your sword out and he explodes.
Nice. I got spooched on.
Yeah. Well, you got a little bit more than spooched on. It actually hits you for 23 points of damage. Which isn't enough to take you out. Is not quite enough to take you out. But it does. That hurts you pretty good. You know what I mean? Like,
It's not a little bit.
yeah. It boom blows up on you and you're just like, oh. And it bypasses your like natural defenses and everything. Like, you're just like, oh my gosh, because it rocks your whole being, as it were. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you feel that, you feel yourself rock, and it doesn't just do 23 points of damage to your conscious state, like your manifestation. It does do also an additional, oh my gosh, 4 points. It does. Okay, so don't be mad. It does 4 points of temporary constitution damage.
Oh,
You can
what
go
the
fuck
heck?
yourself. You can go straight to hell.
You gonna put that on there, or you gonna add that? It's temporary, so you can put it in the temp section. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to last, but that rocked your constitution pretty good, and I believe the effects of that does. Five D and D. Let me reference this real quick just to make sure I'm not just screwing you over with the penalty of that. Yeah, but how do you add that? I know it reduces both current and total hit points, but how does that reduce? How does that reduce? Can't remember. Oh, right here. Will tell me. If you're taking a total, okay, if you taking hit points damage, it's entirely possible to drop the hit points. Will kill you, but it ain't actually going to kill you. Because you're not going to drop lower than your constitution, obviously, from this. But you did lose, let's see. Oh. So, okay, so there's no way though. Oh, okay, so 1, you were at 3, so 5, 10, 15. Okay, so you lost 15 HP total. Max hit points is what you've lost. So for now, where would we put that? Or just to remember, because it's for every level it's 15 it's 5 HP, right? Technically. So minus 15. So your max hit points is 178. So 178 minus 15 equals 163. Oh, crap. Ouch. Okay, I just put that in other to keep track of it. I didn't expect you to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because this is for my notes and I got nowhere else to write it, right? Now, technically, your total HP is 163. You're at 161 right now, so it doesn't really affect you per se, because you know your life isn't higher than 163, your current HP, right? Or your max HP right now, or your current HP is not higher than what that was. So we don't have to worry about that. That doesn't matter. However, if that modifier now drops to 0, you're going to die. This is what's going to happen, right? Because now you won't have any constitution to speak of. If that makes any sense. If I'm reading that correctly. Yeah. So, but that is just a, what do you call it? That is temporary, per se. You know what I mean? This isn't a permanent thing. You haven't permanently lost it. I want you to think of it as you're in mental duress.
Dysentery.
Yeah, you're more in mental duress than you are in like actual big. You just taken mental shock. It's like you just experienced shock therapy, in a sense, right? More so than actual physical damage. Your brain is just kind of screwed up right now, and that's got you pretty wild. You're now technically, yeah, and actually, that's just if you lose Constitution altogether. Not your modifier. My bad. I worded that wrong. If your total drops to 0, you're dead. The modifier can drop to 0. That's not going to be a problem. It's if the con itself drops to 0. So if that 13 turns 0, then you're dead. Right now, because you're at a 13, you've got a 1 Constitution, so it's not entirely like you're in any kind of real danger at the moment, but you definitely felt that, right? You feel weaker from it. And so when that happens and everything, you're just kind of like, oh my God, you know? And you're just kind of sitting there like, oh, your body just feels like extremely weak. And the worm now is like desperately trying to break through your barriers because he realizes now that there's nothing standing between him and you. And he was hoping that was gonna finish you off. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, the battle, for all intents and purposes, is done. You won that. Congratulations.
Yay.
Yeah, you won that, right? What would you like to do now? Tell me what happens now. What does Uquill do now?
I wonder. I think I'll just sit down and have a beer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill the fucking worm.
Well,
Stabbing its fucking neck.
describe it to me. Describe what you do to it. I mean, this is a large worm, right? But he's got no other defense. And so he's just quickly sucking at your brain as things begin to rumble and shake real hard.
Well, I go over there and I pull the fucking, like, chopping down the fucking tree with my sword looking ass. I just find the closest spot and start going fucking ham on it.
So, yeah. So you
calling him everything but a fucking vertebrate fucking creature. I can tell you that right now.
So you walk up and begin at basically at the first real piece you can start cutting at, which, again, like, this is gargantuan size. The globe itself is massive, and he's of gargantuan size. So you basically just walk up to the globe with it wrapped completely around it, and you just start just freaking hacking at its body, just wah, wah, and it starts yelling. He's like, "No, it cannot end like this. You fool! I will be avenged. You will see the end of your life. You will." And he's just yelling as you're hacking away at him, and his body is weakening, and he's like crumbling away as the sword begins to glow as you deliver one shot after another. It's like it's casting judgment on you or upon it. Each stroke is like the hammer hitting the gavel, or the gavel hitting, you know. Is that what that little hammer is called, or is the gavel the platform? I can never remember.
The gavel's the hammer.
Yeah, it's like a gavel strike, just boom, boom, you know, as you pass your judgment upon this thing, just chopping it to pieces. And it screeches out and slowly begins to slip down the globe, each piece of it as it falls and just manifests into nothing. With each section of it that you chop away, it just completely vanishes like it never existed in the first place. And eventually it quits trying to, you know, suckle upon your consciousness, and it just slides down and then falls off the globe until it's just laying there, you know, maybe like a quarter of itself still remaining. And it's just laying there now, just, you know, think of it like the size of a giant grub worm at this point. Just that little piece of it as it's laying there, just kind of kicking and just, just crying. It's actually crying because it's never even had to contemplate death before. And here it is, looking at it in the face. How do you finish him off, you Quill?
Yeah, he just, you know, after fucking going, like he's kind of out of breath, so he just walks over and he's like, "Fucking told you. Let me the fuck alone once already. Told you I wasn't gonna fucking die today. Why are you fucking with me?" And he just like, and he's like, at this point, he's just dragging his sword up to him, and he just, where the head is, he just spikes it down through it. You know what I mean? He's just beyond infuriated, you know?
He's like, he's sort of, is it fair to say that you Quill feels a little mental right now? Like he's just, he feels a little wrung out, as it were.
Something like that.
Yeah. As you
Saying he's vastly annoyed would be an understatement.
yeah. As you stab down through its face where the head would be, because it is a giant worm. It doesn't really have a face. It's just got that nub, and out of its like little fleshy mouth, it's just these tendrils coming out of it, you know, sucking at whatever they can as you stab down where the head would be and just pin it. And it's like, "Ugh!" And you feel its whole body go taut underneath your feet as you stand upon it, just, and then it blows up, doing, no, I'm just kidding. You watch as the final pieces of it just melt away from your sword and just into nothing. And you realize that only oblivion awaits this thing. You kind of wonder, maybe perhaps you contemplate just a little bit, like, is there an afterlife for a thing like this? Or does it truly become nothing? You know? Was its death kind of a precursor for the kind of life this thing has to live? Because even though this was an issue, and the thing definitely was arrogant, it wasn't truly evil. It's more of a weapon, a living weapon. And perhaps that, after all the memories that you've had to experience, perhaps that might make you a little, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Sensitive, for lack of a better word, sensitive to its plight. Then again, maybe not. Screw it, right? And you watch as the globe, now free, lets all its defenses down as all the shell just breaks apart as it begins to spin faster and faster now, shrugging off pieces of the shell at quicker succession, like an egg breaking away from an outer shell only to reveal another shell underneath of it, just breaking away as it begins to glow brighter and brighter till eventually it's spinning so fast it's like blinking in and out of reality. Your eyes can't even follow it anymore. The only reason why you even know it's there is because the light is just so bright now you can hardly comprehend it. And then boom, in this loud roar, and then you gasp in a deep breath as your eyes suddenly snap open and you are finally in the waking world, and you are trying to sit up, and you're despite yourself, you're screaming bloody terror because, I mean, let's face it, you just went through a lot, and your body is, despite the fact that it was all inside your head, your body felt the effects because what the mind believes the body experiences. And you try to sit up as you're soaking wet, but there's all sorts of people around you, and just as you take in another breath. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Hell yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy do. You, you finally escaped your own head. Good job. Everybody give him a round of applause, everybody. I don't know about you, but
Well done.
I had a lot of fun.
Yuko made it out of the hardest dungeon he'll probably ever be in. His own head.
Right?
Oh, challenge accepted now, buddy.
Oh, fuck you.
You already said that's next arc anyways. It's like I'm doing any worse. Come on.
Oh,
Fuck you.
I know what to do. You don't understand.
Oh, bring it on then, motherfucker. You know what?
I know what to do to you.
Come on, Cletus.
Yeah.
I'll just kill everything.
Yeah.
I'll kill it all. I'll kill it all till it dies.
Oh. Yep. So I'm glad you had fun though. And so ends another session of Adventures in Loxos. I want to thank the audience out there, everybody who joined us for tonight's session. I want to thank them old school gamers. If you like what we're doing here, go ahead, like, share, and subscribe. Sign the guest book, which is the comments section below. We really appreciate y'all, and I appreciate my group. They are fantastic, and as you can see, they put up with a lot from me. I do a lot to them. Darn near torture. Yes. But with that said, yeah, we'll catch you next time. Say bye, everybody.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
Have a nice time.
Bye. Have a nice time.